Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We have live video right now of protests in Belfast, Northern Ireland. I don't think there's volume on this, but this is live video right now of protesters in Belfast confronting police. They are throwing things at police, it looks like there. Second day of protest activity after a brutal stabbing attack by a Sudanese man, alleged to be by a Sudanese man on Monday. So we are looking at this. We're going to have an update on the Iran war too, but want to get you this live video here. Look at this. Let me actually do something real quick here. So we have people throwing things. We have water cannon. Give me a moment. Wow. Now, yesterday there were a number of buildings set on fire and vehicles set on fire. I haven't seen those reports today of but I haven't seen all the reports. I'll keep an eye out. I saw there was a fire somewhere. There was what is a lorry well? Kevin Scott with the Belfast Telegraph had said that a lorry well was on fire. Hang on a moment here. A depressed sloping driveway or recessed pit that drops below ground level for trucks. Anyways, there was an outdoor lorry well fire going on. And you can see people are throwing things at the police. They are throwing things at the police right now. Again, I don't believe we have audio on this video. I think it is just audio. It is just video only. There's somebody else just threw something right there. And there's some riot police you can see up top there next to the trucks. Oop, I have a typo. New U.S. strikes. President Trump says that the U.S. is going to strike Iran again today. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. So you can see down at the bottom, it's that crowd of people there. Uh-oh, what else did I do? Did something else wrong? Oh no, there's another typo. You know, I was rushing to get on the air today, and this is what happens sometimes when I rush. I think I'm typing it incorrectly, and I don't check. So thanks for letting me know. Hope I didn't screw up anything else. The headline of the broadcast. Okay. Somebody is carrying up they're carrying things right near. Look, they're throwing things at the trucks. They're not that far away from this. Throwing things at the trucks. Somebody threw a like a waste basket at one of the trucks. Now they're coming up again and throwing stuff. Wow, now they're spraying people. So this is at, I believe this is, actually, I hope I have this right. This might be north of Belfast City Centre. Is this Newton Abbey? I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I may have to, this might be north of Belfast rather than Belfast. Let me make sure. Well, Sky News says it's Belfast. For whatever it's worth, Sky News lists this as Belfast. So that's look at the truck coming forward. The truck's coming back. Now the truck's going back. They're getting right up to those trucks. Look at these people. They're right next to the trucks. They're throwing things at the trucks. Look at all the people coming forward. This is crazy. They're right next to the trucks. Wow. And then now this is a dangerous situation. Then you have those riot police right there. The police are going forward now a bit. Maybe they're just trying to hold their line. Then you have a bunch of people just filming it on the right. I think the people on the right, a bunch of them are just onlookers. Wow, look at this. Look at all the people. Look at all the people throwing things. And they're getting right up to the trucks. Right near the guy on the left is getting hit in his shield. Look at the guy with his shield on the left. The guy's kicking the truck. Now he's kicking the truck. Unbelievable. They've lit a fire there. This is near Belfast. This is in Newton Abbey, which is near Belfast. This is Newton Abbey, Northern Ireland. Sorry for the confusion. Because again, Sky News says Belfast, but I think technically it's Newton Abbey in Northern Ireland, which is near Belfast. Oopsie. I don't want to do that. What did I just do? More spraying. It's a little smaller here. Here we go. Wow, a bunch of water being sprayed there, you can see. Yeah, Newton Abbey is just north of Belfast. Just north of Belfast. I'm going to read you a little summary of what's going on. Here's a little summary from Reuters. The family of a man who lost an eye in a knife attack appealed for calm today after the incident triggered a wave of anti-immigrant violence overnight in Belfast, with masked men burning families out of their homes and torching vehicles. The appeal came as a Sudanese man appeared in court charged with attempted murder, and as British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and politicians in Northern Ireland condemned the violence by masked thugs that had targeted ethnic minorities. Hundreds of protesters, many with their faces covered, yesterday had attacked police and burned vehicles in a number of locations across Northern Ireland after a video of the knife attack went viral. So now this is just north of Belfast now. We have dozens of protesters confronting police. And they are spraying water cannon, as you can see. Look at this. There are guys pushing up. They're pushing up like a wastebasket or something to defend themselves from the water. Wow, look at that. Oh, there was a truck in this town. There was a truck that was set on fire earlier, according to Belfast Telegraph. In Newton Abbey, now they're banging on a gate. They're banging on this gate. In Newton Abbey, where this is, north of Belfast, there was a truck set on fire. And also, Belfast Telegraph said that masked demonstrators here had been tearing bricks from properties and smashing paving stones with sledgehammers to create projectiles to throw at police. We saw them throwing stuff at police. Is this Antrim Road? Also, they've been taking wheelie bins from outside homes and lighting fires in them, according to Belfast Telegraph. Yeah, wheelie bins they're taking garbage bins from homes. Now, give me a moment here. Give me a moment. There's the scene there in Newton Abbey, Northern Ireland. I think I found it on Google Maps. I think. Although I don't know where exactly it is on Antrim Road. Have to look here. More water now being sprayed. Yeah, so Sky News reports Belfast. What are these people doing? Now, these people are going back here. They're going back to this place, and what are they doing back there? These people. What are they doing back there? They're looking around. They're looking around back there. My guess is that might be private property. This is on Antrim Road in Northern Ireland, in Newton Abbey, north of Belfast. This, I think, is the biggest gathering of protesters right now. Significant crowd there. I haven't seen any structures on fire today. I don't know that there aren't, but I'm not aware of any right now. There was a truck on fire in Newton Abbey a short time ago. Hey, thanks to our moderators, by the way, as they light this fire in the middle of the street. Ruth is moderating. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. Thank you so much. Also, our moderators on Twitch, DeBears, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev. Thank you. There's more water cannon there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Look at this. And thanks to our Facebook moderators. Thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. Kay Lowry Body is moderating over there. Thanks, Kay. And Janet B. Thanks, Janet, for your support. I really appreciate it, Janet B. Also, Hastings Crew and Silly Biscuit and Joshua Doss and Crypto King and Inked Patriot Queen and Ken Alloway. Thank you for your support. Also, hang on a moment here. Reminder, we are keeping an eye on Iran, where President Trump said there will be more U.S. strikes on Iran today. That's what he said earlier, but there have not been yet. So we're keeping an eye on that situation too. We'll talk more about that later. For now, we are watching these protests north of Belfast. What I should say, protests in and around Belfast, protests near Belfast. In Belfast area, let's say near. They are throwing things, as you can see, at the trucks. What are the guy? It looks like he's carrying stone. Are they carrying stones? What's that guy doing? What's this guy doing here? They're throwing things. Looks like they're throwing rocks, throwing some rocks at the trucks. We just saw that. Hey, thanks, Pat W, for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Pat W. Thank you for the memberships, Pat WMT. Also, Infragal, thanks for being a member. Infragal. No, it says right on the screen, this is via Reuters. Today, the feed is via Reuters. Give me a moment here. Now I'm in the way. Hold on. Thanks, Daniel the Springer Spaniel from the UK, who says armored Land Rovers are needed for over here. That's what Daniel says. Thanks, Daniel. Also, Lola PQ, thanks so much for the memberships. Lola PQ, I appreciate that. Also, Joanne Gibson, that's very nice of you in the UK. Thanks, Joanne. And Charlotte Wallace M1C, thanks for the gift membership. Also, J. Carlos in Europe from Portugal. Thank you so much, J. Carlos 74 from Portugal. Look at this. Some more background here. AP says UK leaders called for calm yesterday after the arrest of a Sudanese man accused of trying to kill a man in a vicious stabbing on a Belfast street sparked fiery anti-immigration protests because the suspect is an asylum seeker. The victim, a man in his 40s, was taken to the hospital with serious injuries to his eyes, face, and back after he was attacked late Monday in North Belfast in Northern Ireland. The suspect, by the way, as AP says, is a 30-year-old man from Sudan. Now what's going on? Okay, there's people walking in these. Yeah, look at that. There's these people walking through these private areas. Now look, I think he's trying to dig up some more rock. See, they're banging the ground, and they're putting stones from. Now what's happening? People are running back. They're putting stones from the ground in that wheelie bin. Are the police moving forward now? But you could see them trying. The guys trying to break up the ground so they could take stones from the ground. The Admiral 5 says the video of the attack was horrific. The suspect, Hadi Al-Odid, 30, was ordered held in jail. The victim, Stephen Ogilvie, Stephen Ogilvie, the victim, was blinded in his left eye during the knife attack. Terrible. When police arrived at the crime scene, they found Al-Odid on the man armed with a kitchen knife. Al-Odeid later told hospital staff, "I've killed someone. I don't know if they are dead," and said, "I will kill you." Now, again, the victim did survive with very serious injuries. Now, look at this. Once again, you have the protesters right up against the police, throwing things, throwing stones right at the police from just a few feet away sometimes. This is just north of Belfast. Annie Cush says rioters at the very least. Hey, thanks, D. Herman, for your support. I appreciate it, D. Herman. Another dangerous part of this is you can see it's in this residential area. So it's right near all these houses where people live. Yeah, Jeff Anderson mentioned the sunset time in Belfast. Is it around 10 p.m. at this time of year? About 10 p.m. sunset, 9:30 right now. Michelle Batten says those are beautiful houses. Looking at that crowd, certainly looks like, I mean, if I had to count, what do you think about of the people on the street? Over 100 maybe? I'm just eyeballing it and guessing. Now they're moving back. Oh, here come the police. The police charged forward. See what happened? The police charged forward. And as they were charging forward, people ran back. But now the people are running forward again. Look at this. See, the police are right here. And then the trucks are right behind them. Some people are saying 150 or so people. I mean, just as a general estimate. Look at this. So all right, now we have police being more proactive now. You can see they're moving forward with their shields. There's a drone flying across the screen above the police. So police are being more proactive. Looks like they're going to probably put out that fire now, I would assume. Maybe they're not going to put out the fire. I don't know. But look at that, driving right off the fire. And now you have those officers in front, and now you have the people throwing things at them just from not that far away, throwing rocks at them. Look at this. Oh, wow, now they're going forward. They're going forward now. Whoa. So they're pushing up the street. Then you have all of these onlookers on the side. All right, police pushing forward again. You can see they're going forward again. They kind of just run forward, not even in a whole line, not even in a straight line. So they are really pushing down the street, this crowd. Again, crowd protesting after a Sudanese man attacked another man with a knife on Monday night. A Sudanese man in Northern Ireland who was there after requesting asylum. Tui thinks this isn't a riot. That's what our viewer said. Yes, this is live. As it says on the screen, it's live. It says on live right in the corner of the screen. Look at how close they're getting. Somebody just threw a rock on top of the truck, and another rock, it looked like, and another rock. They're throwing these rocks. I don't know if that was a rock. It looks like they're rocks, though. I'll let you decide. Whether you think it's a riot or not. Depends on how you define riot. It's up to you. Okay, let me get out of the way so you can see. They're throwing things again at the trucks. Look at this, throwing these, looks like more rocks thrown at the trucks. Are they all wearing masks, the protesters? Look at how close they're getting, throwing these big rocks. Yeah, one of our viewers said pavers, which is a paving stone. Fire is still burning at the bottom. They didn't even bother putting out the fire. Just burning in the street. One of the viewers said, "Why did the police stop with the water cannon?" That I don't know. I mean, they stopped with the water cannon, and then they started moving forward. So I'm sure they have some sort of strategy. I'm not privy to their strategy. Now look at the bottom there. Look at the bottom. We have a couple of the vehicles moving forward, protesters moving forward. Now the police are going back behind the cars again. Maybe they're going to use the water cannon now. I don't know. Because now the police are going back behind those cars. See? So are they going to spray water now? I don't know. Look at this. The police are no longer in front of the cars. There's a dog there too. Oh no, maybe that's a dog statue or something. I think it's just a statue. Maybe it's a horse statue. I don't know. Look at that big, that's a big something or other the guy just threw at the truck. Look at it, it's right in front of now the people on, oh, look at, here come the police, here come the police. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. All right, now this is if the situation's a bit difficult here because you have police right there getting stuff thrown at them from a few feet away. These police are getting these stones thrown at them just from a few feet away. It certainly seems like there's significantly more protesters than police, at least what we see on the screen. Now, there may be a lot more police there, like in the background or something, but when they come forward, it's this worry. Now here they go again. So they're doing this thing where they go out, they back up the protesters a bit, and then the trucks come forward. But see, this is here. Now you have all these protesters just a few feet away from the police throwing stuff at them. Look at the guy with the stone. Look at the guy with the rock. And then the police go back through that hole in the middle, the gap in the middle, then the truck pulls up. It's our live coverage. This is the second day of protests. Yesterday there were protests. I would say there were more of them. I don't know that there was any gathering as big as this yesterday. Maybe there were some, but there were a number of buildings in Belfast were set on fire. A number of vehicles were set on fire in Belfast. This is just north of Belfast, in the aftermath of a brutal stabbing attack on Monday night by a Sudanese immigrant. Why did they choose this particular location? That I can't say. I mean, it's possible. I mean, maybe it just worked out this way. I don't know. I don't know that this was chosen well in advance, or just maybe for whatever reason this ended up being where a lot of them went to today. No, now they're building here. They're putting stuff in the middle of the. Are they going to light that stuff on fire? Looks like they're trying to light it on fire. New Fire says, is judging you. Ian Bill Morris said it's the corner of Antrim and Sandy Nose Way. I was looking because I had seen Antrim. Let's see. Antrim Road. Can I find the statue of the dog or the horse? Let's see. I'm looking on Google Maps right now to try to figure out. It's Antrim Road, and I don't know if they moved a bit from when the viewer sent me the post. Antrim Road in, oh, I think I know what it is. No, I thought I had it, but I don't see it. There is a gas station in this area, but I'm trying to just figure out. All right, there's that circular thing off the street. Ooh, I think I found it. I think I found exactly where they are on Google Maps. I think they are at. Well, I thought I'd found it, but I don't think I did. Let's see. Yeah, I think the viewer was right. I think it's just next to Sandy Knowles Way. Just east of Sandy Knowles Way, if I have that right. I think that's where it is, if you're looking on a map. Antrim Road and Sandy Knowles Way. That's certainly, thanks to the viewer who mentioned that. Ian Bill Morris. Thank you, Ian. Thanks, Jenny Murphy. Thanks, Jenny Murphy. Thanks, Lou1210 for your support. Thank you to Critically Yoshi. Thank you. Critical Yoshi. Oh, what did they just do? What just happened? I just missed it. Did something get sprayed? I was just reading a couple thank yous. I have to rewind my own broadcast and see what I missed 5 seconds ago. Sorry about that. I was trying to thank a couple people.
That's weird.
All right, I'm looking right now. I'm looking at it. Did we even see it?
Thank you, Ian. Thanks, Jim.
I'm looking at the broadcast. Oh, no, we didn't see it because now I don't know. So the camera panned down and then there was this smoke there. Did they actually fire tear gas or not? I don't know that that's the case. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but again, it was off screen and then when the camera came down, we saw that white smoke. Some of our viewers think it's fire retardant, fire extinguishers or something. I don't know. Guys, I don't know why people every few minutes are asking whether it's live. I don't know what else I can do. It says live on the screen. I mean, what else can I do but besides have it say live on the screen? I'm literally looking at the live Reuters feed. But what can I do? What else can I do? Camera's panning around. Hey, is this help? Is this what you want me to do? Is this hey guys, is this better? Is that better for you? Is that good there, right there? Should I do it like this? Is that better? You good now? Are we good? Chat, are we good? They've started another fire. If you're asking about daytime, sunset, if you Google sunset in Belfast, you will see sunset in Belfast is about 10 p.m. this time of year. It is not sunset time in Belfast yet. Thank you to WRNG, our member. Hold on a second. Thanks to Grumpy Granny. Thanks to Pararara. Thank you to Zeppelin 904, Anon Cognito, Dave Panda. Dave says, I saw the police shooting something over the hood of far-right vehicle before the smoke in the video. Maybe they shot something out there. I don't know. That is still burning right there. They're not even putting that out. I'm sure they have their reasons. Thanks Critically Yoshi. Thanks Fjord. Fjord says, I am from Newton Abbey, literally 2 to 3 straight streets away from this. Thanks Fjord. Yes, Sandy Knowles and Antrim. Sandy Knowles and Antrim are the 2 streets. Thanks Bob Knuth. Treasure Talk thinks they ran out of water. That I don't know. I'm not aware of that. There's the gas station right there. Wide shot there. Now you can see some. Are those more police vehicles? I can't see. Just trying to see. On the top right is where the all this is going on down the street. They are showing further back behind the police right now. Wait, now I'm confused. This is behind the police. Are these protesters or just kind of, these look like more people just kind of lingering around. So there's police keeping people from going up the street towards the gathering. But this crowd, I mean, I'm not seeing many people with masks in that crowd. That looks more like people hanging out. But they do seem to be keeping people from going up the street towards the craziness. And then you further up, you can see about what? Actually, there's a lot of police vehicles there. It looks like about 20 police vehicles. And you can see there's a bunch more police vehicles in the back of the front five. And then you have the fire there, and then on the left you have the protesters. Hey, thanks so much, Brenda G. Brenda G, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Also, Stam86, thanks for being a member. Edward Distress, thanks for being a member. Our viewer, Belfast Stargazer, thanks so much. Belfast Stargazer says it's summer solstice here, stays bright until 11. We get 3 to 4 hours of dark in June. Thanks to Lula A. Bell, I appreciate that. Ann Ryan, thanks for being a member. Christine, 8362. Thank you, Christine. And Pete the Pot Pusher. Pete thinks they sprayed what's happening now? They're putting more things on the fire. They're putting bins on the fire. Pete thinks they sprayed a fire extinguisher to provide a smoke cloud to cover the fact they were lighting a fire. That's Pete's theory. Oh, see, now look at that. See, this guy he's at a private house and he's digging up the pavers. So this is I assume that's a private residence, and you have a couple of the people in there, the protesters / riders. They're taking the paving stones from the house right now. And they've lined up people's trash bins. The Ouch Ouch says vandals. Thank you, Stam86 and Renee Lorraine. Thank you. Also, Perky Popcycle. Perky Popcycle says, where are the protests for people murdered by non-immigrants? Thanks also on Twitch, Andy in Austin, Oxytropis, Midtown Mike. Naomi Russo. Repel Strielci. Repel Strielci. Italian Swim Trunks. Devil Doc. Jedi Master Wrong. Guer King on Twitch. 99 AVG. Thank you. Bringing you live coverage here. Protest for a second day. This is just north of Belfast. People protesting after a Sudanese immigrant violently attacked a person on Monday night with a knife when a video of it went viral. And this just looks like a residential neighborhood here. Newton Abbey, north of Belfast. And crowd of what, 100 to 200 people who has been throwing. Earlier, they're not doing it right now. Earlier, they were throwing a lot of stones at the trucks from very close up and throwing stones at police. Now they've spread out a little bit. Also, keeping an eye on the situation in Iran, President Trump did say today that there would be more U.S. strikes on Iran today. Although you never know. I mean, we could get a Truth Social post from President Trump where he says, hey, there's been progress on the talks, so I'm calling off the extra strikes for today. Or we could get a post from President Trump that says the Prime Minister of Pakistan asked me to call off the strikes today. So we'll have to see. They are assembling some more stuff there. Oh, it looks like a guy has a fire extinguisher. Doesn't it look like that guy in the middle at the top is carrying a red fire extinguisher? Now what did they take something out of a store? What's that on the left there? I don't know what that is on the left. Did they go into a store and take stuff out of the store? No, look at that. There's a guy with a fire extinguisher right now. He is spraying the fire extinguisher. What's he doing? Just spraying the smoke. He's creating smoke, it looks like. Doesn't even look like he's spraying it on a fire. Making a smoke screen. He's in front of the fire, spraying it the opposite way. Police just hanging back at the moment. Periodically, they've moved forward. We saw them spraying water cannon before, and now they're just kind of hanging. Thank you, Nordic Skulls, for your support. I really appreciate it. Nordic Skulls, who I think is from, do I have this right? From Switzerland. Also, J. Carlos from Europe, J. Carlos 74. Thank you, J. Carlos. I really appreciate it. Also, Tepi 9076, thanks for being a member. She says sunset in Belfast is at 10. That person's walking. Thank you, Prep Mom. I appreciate it, Prep Mom. Thank you. And Occupy 49er. Thank you, Occupy 49er. And Jess Some Dane, 92 from Denmark. Jess Some Dane says, come on, lads, we stand with you. Occupy 49er says, I remember the 92 riots living in LA. People in media called the rioters animals. Why are people praising these rioters? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Let's see here. Our viewer Markdown says there's a tiny amount of people there. I mean, there's looks like about maybe 150 people or so who were on the street, and then in the middle of the street, and then on the side there's some more. It's not thousands of people, but it's not a small crowd. Now, of the say 150 guessing in the middle of the street, I don't know that all those people are throwing stuff. Maybe the people throwing stuff are like, 30 people. I'd have to go back and try to analyze who's throwing stuff at what time. But it's possible that a bunch of those people who are on the street, they're on the street, but some are more active than others. So that I cannot tell you. I mean, what we're not seeing, though, is we don't see that crowd, lighting buildings on fire, lighting vehicles on fire. We were seeing some of that yesterday. So basically, what we've been seeing the crowd doing is setting up these barricades, and we've seen them chopping up hammering the people's paving to get stones, but I have not seen them, try to light vehicles on fire, try to go and light houses on fire. And so it seems like they're more focused on confronting the police. Give me one moment here. So Sky News says this is thought to be the only current flashpoint in Belfast. This is just north of Belfast. But Sky News says that, again, that this is the only flashpoint of the protests right now. Oh, BBC says a rock was thrown through their windshield. They said BBC had someone on the ground filming, and a person pointed to their camera in the crowd and shouted at a member of their team saying they shouldn't be filming. And then when they went back to their car, a large stone smashed through their back window and they drove away. Sky News had said yesterday that they were doing a live shot and they had to temporarily stop doing it because people were I don't know the language they used, but they got the sense they might be in danger. Now this is a helicopter, so they don't have to worry about that. But I know there was somebody from the Belfast Telegraph who said that they were working with some community people, and they thanked the community people because they said that otherwise they thought they might have been in danger. See the smoke there above Newton Abbey, Northern Ireland, north of Belfast. Thanks, The Beater Drummer, for your support. Thank you. Also, The News Badger. The News Badger says dry chemical fire extinguisher powder gets extremely slippery when wet. That may be why the police have stopped moving forward. I don't know. Thanks, The News Badger. Thanks, Lady Butterfly for being a member. Sprid Zeklish for being a member. Definitely getting darker. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bump up the brightness a bit on my end. I'm going to bump up the brightness on my end a bit. There, I bumped up the brightness a bit. Hang on a second here. Hang on a second here. Oops. The Washington Post in their article today said masked men set houses. This said that yesterday masked men set houses, vehicles, and a city bus ablaze yesterday, torching neighborhoods across the city after a graphic video of an alleged knife attack by a Sudanese asylum seeker went viral, igniting the latest anti-immigration violence to convulse the United Kingdom. Last night, ignoring pleas for calm and clergy, rioters rampaged through heavily immigrant neighborhoods in Belfast, the capital of Northern Ireland, last night, in some cases going door to door and causing some families to flee under police protection. Men in balaclavas and hoods shouted, "Foreigners out," witnesses said. A heavy police presence remains today. This is the one flashpoint right now, currently, of the protests. Now, will they just kind of I don't know if at some point the police, if the crowd doesn't disperse, will be more proactive. We'll have to see. You know, I have a video from earlier of them using water cannon too, which I might show you in a little bit. But give me a second here. Amra now says, why in a residential area? I don't know the reason why this is where they have gathered today. Thank you to God Frieza from NZ, from New Zealand, and Rodney Slab from Europe. Thank you. So they had about 5 of those plastic, I think they're called wheelie bins, the garbage bins. Looks like that's what's burning, I think. Well, there's other stuff in there, but I know they had a bunch of those wheelie bins in there, so. Fut Yapper says they primarily burn wheelie bins. Yeah, I don't know that I would assume that smoke could be harmful. I'm not sure about that, but I would think there's a chance. Oh, now Fjord says they were trying to get to Chimney Corner, a migrant hotel, and the police stopped them. You know, thanks for mentioning that, Fjord. I think I might have seen something about that earlier. Let's see. What's happening here? Uh-oh. Is that smoke? Hey, guys, are we seeing smoke in a structure right there? I don't like that. It looks like we're seeing smoke there. Hey guys, I'm going to start timing people out in a second because people are saying stuff that I have not heard at all and they're not sourcing it and it just confuses people in the chat. So somebody just said Iran strike started. They got timed out for 10 minutes. I'm going to do this. I'm not going to have every 2 seconds people saying this stuff in the chat that's not sourced. I'm looking at all my sources from Iran. I don't see anything about it, and I don't want people to have to read this stuff in the chat all the time. So you need to say where you're getting this stuff, and if you just throw that stuff in there and it's just misleading, I'm going to time you out. We talked about this yesterday. Now, what are they doing back there? Look at this. What are they moving? They're moving a vehicle? Hey, guys, are they moving a vehicle? Looks like they're moving a vehicle. "17 minutes ago, Mirror News said there was air defense activity outside of the city of Moore." That's what they said. They said nothing after that. Mirror News, okay? That does not mean that strikes are happening. A reminder, sunset time in Belfast is around 10 p.m. Also, I slightly bumped up the brightness on this so you can see it better. Now, what just happened here? I was busy looking the Iran stuff. Did they bring the vehicle out there? Is that what they did? They have a vehicle. It looks like what is it? Like an empty, like a vehicle frame? It looks like maybe a vehicle frame. Did somebody have a vehicle frame back there? And they just put it there. Riz says abandoned car. But I don't see anything inside the car. Looks like an old junk bug, says one of the viewers. Oh, hey guys, the big truck in the middle, is that the water cannon? What truck is that? Or is that a sound truck? That looks like it's new. We didn't see that there before, at least in the last 20 minutes or so. So what is that? What is that big truck? Is it water cannon or something else? People are saying it's water cannon, but maybe it's multiple things. I didn't know if it was like a sound truck or something. Bot detector says maybe sound truck. I don't know, but they have moved a big truck there, that 003 truck, in the front. Yeah, I don't remember before there was water, and I don't remember what truck it was. I can look, can go back to my own stream earlier. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll go back to my own stream earlier when they were firing the water and see what it looked like. When we came on the air, they were firing a bunch of water. Yes, it does look like that is the water truck, because I'm looking at earlier footage where the truck that was firing the water looks just like that truck. So I think it's the water cannon truck. Dave says it probably went to fill up with water. Thanks, Smokey. Smokey says the car was behind the cottage. Air defense sounds heard in West Tehran. This is a new report. It just came out from Mer News. Mer News says air defense sound heard in West Tehran. So we're keeping an eye on that right now. Again, air defense sound heard in West Tehran. Iran State Media Mer. Air defense sounds heard in West Tehran. So we're keeping an eye on both things. I will let you know what other reports I hear about Iran while we keep an eye on the protests just north of Belfast. Oh, one of our viewers, I forgot to check again. One of the viewers said the cottage is still burning. When we have a wide shot, we'll have to see. We saw some smoke that looked like it was coming out of a small building a few minutes ago. Oh, is that a fire? Hey guys, look. Look at this. Hey, we have a building on fire. This is not good. That is not good. Uh, because wow, we see there's protesters over there. That's not good. And then the other problem is if that gets on fire, then that could help. That could, you don't want it to spread to other buildings. Look at this. Yes, the firefighters will have to come, Jay Carlos says. And again, then you have the risk of it, spreading elsewhere. So you can see fire inside. I don't know if that's abandoned, that building, or what, but there's clearly fire there. And it's right next to another building, which certainly, right next to several buildings which do not look abandoned. Thank you, Cecilia Joe from Norway. Says, might this be the worst year since World War II? Hey, thanks, Cecilia Joe. I really appreciate that. Also, Paul Grogan and Smokey744. So we'll have to keep an eye on that structure that's going up. Haven't heard much more from Iran, so waiting to hear more. Explosion heard in Sirik, Iran. Breaking news. Iran state media mayor says explosion heard in Sirik, Iran. So it's possible that U.S. strikes may be underway. Extra says it's right next to a fuel station. Yeah, there is a gas station right near there. It's also a concern. Thanks, Extra. So we're keeping an eye on this, and we're updating you about Iran. Explosion heard in Sirik, Iran. Not sure what that's about, but that's from Iranian state media. The time in Iran is about roughly 1 a.m. Yeah, about 12:55 a.m. in Iran. Shin says huge blast near Minab. Now, Shin, I follow for reports from Iran. Now, Shin claims he's hearing of a huge blast near Minab, Iran. That's unconfirmed. I'm going to try to bump up the brightness a little. Oh, I think they bumped up the brightness of their camera a little more so you can see a little better. So again, keeping an eye on Belfast. Also keeping an eye on Iran. Hegseth, according to Barak Ravid, Pete Hegseth said, "We will strike them hard tonight, and hopefully Iran makes a good decision." Okay? Yes, Hegseth told reporters, Barak Ravid, during a visit to CENTCOM headquarters in Florida, that CENTCOM will be busy tonight because we're going to hit Iran hard. We will strike them hard tonight, and hopefully Iran makes a good decision. If we need to negotiate with bombs, we will negotiate with bombs. That is what Pete Hegseth said. Explosion heard in Minab, Mare City area. That is from, so we're hearing some reports of explosions in Iran. That's from Mare, Iranian state media Mare. I'm going to change the headline. Oh, did Pete Hegseth just post something? Him speaking. Hold on. So we have the video from north of Belfast, and we're bringing you updates about possible U.S. strikes going on in Iran right now. Pete Hegseth posted. I'm gonna play you what Pete Hegseth said. He just posted something. Pete Hegseth. I'm gonna play you the audio from it. What did he post? I'll put it on the screen for you. Pete Hegseth just posted something. It says, hold on, it's 12 seconds long. Why can't I just get the post here? Oh, it's not his video. Well, I gotta go back and see. It's not a video that he hosts the right to.
And if we need to negotiate with bomb.
Oh, it's his quote today. If we need to negotiate with bombs. He just posted a video of him saying, if we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs. He just posted that. So there are some explosions that have been heard in Iran. We're keeping an eye on that. Up to this point, Tasnim state media in Iran says there have been no explosions on Kish and Keshem Islands. Sound of explosions around Minab in Sirik a few minutes ago. Shin is hearing of a ballistic missile launch from Iran. Unconfirmed report from Shin claiming a missile launch in Iran. We have water cannon now being fired. Water cannon being fired in this protest near Belfast. You can see the water. They're firing the water towards the fire. Thank you, Critical Yoshi, Spicy Tuna Roll, Kurt Cobain 9441, News with Snacks. Thank you. Cecilia Joe, covering both things here. Kendra Fox, Table Tens, Nate Gray from Northern Ireland says, used to watching this reporting somewhere around the world, not at my doorstep. Walter Troggett, Bobna, thanks for your support. Andy and Austin over on Twitch. We are bringing you live coverage here. Reports of explosions in Iran. Don't know exactly what's going on there. I'm looking for information on both things, so please bear with me here. Um, we may be losing the helicopter. We may be losing. I think this helicopter has to go. Maybe has to go refuel. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? That the helicopter is going to refuel. I think so. I mean, it's been up there for a while. I don't know if they'll have another one. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. One of the viewers said an airport is right there. There is an airport about Belfast International Airport, for what it's worth, is 9 miles away. Belfast International Airport is 9 miles away. So I wonder if I can see the helicopter on flight radar. But if that's where it needs to go, it wouldn't take very long. Give me a moment here. There's a lot happening. I am looking, and I do not see it on Flight Radar 24, for whatever that's worth. Doesn't mean it's not there. I mean, I'm sure it's there, but I don't see it there on Flight Radar 24. I wonder if it's on ADSB exchange. Okay, so let's get organized here. We're bringing you updates about Iran as well. Hold on, now I'm hearing beeping. I'm hearing beeping. I'm hearing beeping. Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment. Oh, Barack Ravid says, one of our viewers mentioned that, Axios is reporting U.S. strikes have started, U.S. official tells me. Okay, so reportedly new U.S. strikes on Iran. Report new U.S. strikes on Iran have begun. Now, I need a second here. I need a second. Give me a second. Because I need to update the headline. So just give me a moment. I need about a minute, and I'll get to the updates. I need about a minute. Just hang on. Thanks for your patience. Just give me a moment here. I am just updating the description here. U.S. launches new strikes on Iran. And do this. And let me just replace the thumbnail. And we'll be good to go. So reportedly, new U.S. strikes have begun on Iran. Thanks for bearing with me for a moment. I knew we might have to change the title and everything. Okay, where is this? New U.S. strikes on Iran. And then I'm going to change the picture over my shoulder. Bear with me. Okay, that's done. And again, reportedly, new U.S. strikes have begun on Iran. And bear with me one more second here. Let me just update one other thing. And when I have updates about the protests, I'll let you know. But for now, the live feed is over. From the Belfast, and I'll keep an eye to see if we get more. But for now, we're going to focus on the new U.S. strikes on Iran. If I can just do this one thing, which is not behaving. Okay, good. Okay, I think we're good to go. Oh, and hold on. Okay, let's get updated here on what's happening. 3 explosions reported in Iran, Sirik. That's according to Iran state media Press TV. 3 explosions reported in Sirik, Iran. Now, let me get a map up on the screen so we can see what's happening. Now what happened? Now I had this other thing get all crazy. Give me one sec here. Where is that? Okay, I'm getting a map up on the screen. Bear with me, please. All right, I have a map. Let me get the map up there for you so you can see it, so you can see what I'm looking at. Let me get this off. I'll put the time of Iran up on the screen too. Everything takes a second here. All right, I'm putting the map up on the screen now. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Okay, there's the map, but I need to move it down there. Okay. Okay, so bear with me. I'll get the clock up for you in a second. Okay. Erib News Iran says, Mayor City Guard says, contrary to some published news, the attack on Mayor City or its surroundings is not confirmed. Also, explosion heard in Bandar Abbas. Explosion heard in Bandar Abbas now. That's from Iranian state media. I believe, do we have an announcement from CENTCOM now? Yes, breaking news, confirmation from CENTCOM. Confirmation from CENTCOM that the strikes have begun. Strikes have begun on Iran by the U.S. That is now confirmed from CENTCOM. I will show you their confirmation in a second. Just bear with me. I will put it on the screen for you. But they have just confirmed it. Right there. U.S. Central Command forces began launching additional self-defense strikes at 5:15 p.m. today, about 28 minutes ago, against multiple targets in Iran at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. These strikes are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. Breaking news. New strikes on Iran have begun. Thanks, DL Vids. When I have a moment, I'll check on the Northern Ireland stuff. For right now, we need to focus on this because this just broke. All this news just broke that the U.S. officially announced they are carrying out new strikes on Iran. Now, let me get on the screen for you. Let me do two things here. Need to get the clock up. What was I doing here? Okay, that's fine. Now I want the clock up. Iran time. We're going to put the Iran time on the screen. I'm putting that up there right now for you. It is 1:14 a.m. in Iran. I didn't quite do that right. Whoa, what is that? Something I'm hearing? Oh, sorry. I know what that was. Hang on. Getting the clock on the screen for you. We had to shift the broadcast because this happened. Okay, it's Iran time now, 1:15. a.m. And to do that a little better, then this window stopped working. Chat window stopped working. I need to open up my chat window again. Okay, let's try to get you some more updates. But the U.S. has confirmed now that new strikes are underway. Explosions from the west of Bandar Abbas. According to Fars News, explosions in Iran heard in Sirik and Keshem and Bandar Abbas. I'm going to show you all this in a second. I'm going to show you these reports from Iranian state media. But again, explosions heard in Sirik and Keshem and Bandar Abbas. Iran state media Fars. Explosions heard in Sirik, Keshem, and Bandar Abbas. Here's what state media says. A few minutes ago, explosions were heard in Keshem and Sirik. At the same time, air defenses in Keshem have begun to operate. The exact location and origin of these explosions are still unknown. A few minutes ago, several explosions were heard from the west of Bandar Abbas. People in Kurgan Minab have also heard several explosions. The exact location of these explosions is unknown. A few minutes ago, a senior American official told Axios the attacks on several locations were underway. Well, now CENTCOM has announced for officially that U.S. is striking more in Iran. All right. Give me a second here. I need to post on our social media that we are covering this. Oh, give me a second here. What did I do? Give me a quick second. Okay, now let's get you some more updates, and let's also fix that clock. That clock looks terrible. Let's get a better version of that clock for you. Let's see if I can do this better this time. That's better. Okay, now, Press TV says, Iranian media Press TV says, explosions heard in Bandar Abbas now. Bandar Abbas is near the Strait of Hormuz. It is down here. There's Bandar Abbas, there's Keshem, Sirik is over here. So we're hearing about explosions like yesterday, mostly, well, so far I've heard of explosions in the area of the, or near the Strait of Hormuz. And again, sorry we lost the footage from from just north of Belfast, but hopefully you understand that we had to switch and cover this because these new strikes were just announced. A village in Sirik has been targeted. And Kurgan Minab. Okay, I have two more updates about strikes going on. Two more updates right there from official Iranian state media, radio and television agency. IRIB News. Persian Gulf Central Broadcasting Agency at 0:45 this morning, a point in Kurgan Minab was targeted by energy projectiles 5 times. And a village in Sirik, Hormozgan. Hormozgan is in south of Iran on the coast well, it's a coastal province near the Strait of Hormuz, has also been targeted by enemy projectiles. That's from Iran state media IRIB. And Sirik is here. And then the other place they mentioned, Sirik is right here. Oh, you can't see it. You'll see it in a second. Sirik is right here, again, near the Strait of Hormuz. And we have, the other place is Kurgan Minab. I don't know if we can find that. How about just Minab? Minab is another southern Iran city. I assume that's what we're talking about there. So again, we're hearing about a lot of targets around the Strait of Hormuz. Tasneem says news of defense activity in Shiraz is unconfirmed. President Trump said today there was going to be more strikes. Oh, hey guys, update. It sounds similar to yesterday. Barak Ravid reports of Axios. A U.S. official says all the targets that were attacked are in southern Iran and include air defense systems, radars, and drone command and control units. I don't know if we heard about drone command and control units yesterday. We heard about air defense systems and radars. So all of the, according to Barak Ravid, again, he is with Axios. He says, a U.S. official says that all the targets that were attacked are in southern Iran and include air defense systems, radars, and drone command and control units. When a somewhat damaged our viewer doesn't believe that. Well, it's up to you what you want to believe. I'm just passing along what he said. Let me just pull this up here. If you're wondering about oil, I am looking at Brent crude. It is at 94.86. In the last hour or so, it really hasn't done that much. I mean, about an hour ago, it was 94.65, and now it's 94.86. It's been reported during the day that there would be more strikes, but there's not any big jump yet, at least for Brent crude. Give me a moment. Yeah, again, Pete Hegseth today told reporters if we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs. And we're very good at it. Nobody better in the world. Oh, in a few minutes there will be a message from the Iranian military. Oh, also explosions were heard in the port of Kurgan. That's from Mer News. Mer News Iran says several explosions were heard in the port of Kurgan. I'll show you where that is. Several explosions in the port of Kurgan. What happened here? I don't know what happened here. What did I do? Oh, I see. Kurgan. I don't know if that doesn't look like it's. I don't know where Kurgan is. I looked it up. I'll have to look because it doesn't come up on Google Maps. Maybe it's a different spelling than the translation. There's Kargan. I think it's Kargan. That's my guess. Yes, Kargan in the south. See, it says Kargan there. So that must be what it is. Update. We have an update from Mer News. Look at this. Look at this update from Mer News. Look at all of this. Explosions heard in Bandar Abbas, Keshem, Minab, Sirak, and Hangam Island. Clashes have also occurred at sea between Iranian and American forces. Wow. Iran State Media Mer. So they say clashes have occurred at sea between Iranian and American forces. Explosions heard in all these locations. And everything's in the south, right? Where is Hangam Island? Uh-oh, what did they just say? Oh, I don't know about that. Hangam Island. Oh, Hangam Island is right next to Keshem Island. Look. Hangam Island is right next to Keshem Island. So everything we've heard about hit so far is in the southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? So far, everything we've heard about is southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Several explosions in Keshem. That's from Iran Media Yirib. Currently, several explosions have been heard in Keshem Island. They just posted that, Arab Iranian media. Keshem is right here, that Long Island there. Okay, and we have beginning of a response. I don't know what this means. But let me show you this. Fars News state media says Hanzala hacking group, which I think is Handala, better known as Handala hacking, Iranian hacking group. Handala hack team. The beginning of a combined, decisive, and devastating response by the Joint Operations Room of the Hanzala Cyber Command and the Revolutionary Guards to the enemy will take place in a few minutes, they claim. Wow. I don't know. They say that there's some sort of cyber operation is coming. I don't know what that means. I don't know what to make of that. But I'm just letting you know that they posted it. We'll have to see. Will it be bluster, or will it be something that produces very noteworthy effects? I don't know. Arab News Iran says, contrary to published news, the news of the Asuluya refinery area being targeted has not been confirmed so far. Again, very interestingly, Iran state media reports clashes at sea between Iranian and American forces. A lot of unconfirmed claims flying around at the moment. But we do know that U.S. has begun more strikes. They call them self-defense strikes on Iran. A couple of denials here. IRNA says, Iran state media, in an interview with IRNA, the governor of Kangan denied the attack on the port and said that a sound was heard, but it is still unclear where it originated. At the same time, some sources have reported a military clash at sea. The governor of Asuluya denied any explosions in the area. Now, this is one of these things again, where Iranian state media probably has inside information. So once in a while they do this. They say somebody else is reporting this. And it's like, well, you probably know what actually happened. They say Iraqi media outlet Sabreen News reported American ships near the Strait of Hormuz were targeted by missile and drone attacks by Iranian armed forces. Now, I don't know why Iran state media needs to read reports from Iraqi media outlet Sabreen News. So I have no idea if that's true, but I always take it with an extra grain of salt when Iran media, state media, is quoting other countries' media outlets. So we'll have to see what we hear about that. More explosions in Keshem right now. More explosions in Keshem right now. Keshem Island. Oops, hold on. I'm gonna get you a new report. New report. It looks like Mayor is claiming that the U.S. destroyed a cruise missile. Let's see if I can get that post for you. Oh, I didn't see this. Mayor News Iran is claiming that it brought down a cruise missile. Interception and destruction of a cruise missile under the country's integrated air defense network. I can't confirm that. Also, you can see here, Mayor also claims attack on American targets in northern Iraq. The American Al-Harir base in Erbil, northern Iraq, was targeted by a missile from Iran. The Iraqi Al-Ma'ulama website reported Iran destroyed an American radar in Erbil. Iran state media mayor claims Iran launched a missile at a U.S. base in Erbil, Iraq, and that Iran destroyed a U.S. radar in Erbil, in Iraqi Kurdistan. Okay, hey guys, I have a report from CBS News. CBS News' Natalie Brand reports that U.S. officials tell CBS News that U.S. forces began self-defense strikes against key Iranian facilities such as ammunition depots, command and control nodes, and warehouses. What kind of response are we going to see from Iran to these new strikes? Bringing you the latest updates here. New U.S. strikes, second day in a row. Oh, where is this? I missed this report earlier. Hang on a moment here. Oh, Tasni. Okay, so like I saw that the New York Times had claimed that the New York Times said that Tasnim News said the U.S. attacked a petrochemical plant in the South Pars gas field in Iran, but Tasnim now says a few minutes now, a few minutes ago, for a few minutes now, in a coordinated manner, with the headline, "A petrochemical plant belonging to the South Pars gas complex has just been bombed." Some fake news outlets have been quoting Tasnim. This is the fact that we have not published any. They say that has not been published on any of Tasnim's outlets, and it's not true. So Tasnim is denying that that it has reported that a petrochemical plant in the South Pars gas complex in Iran has been bombed. Now, I haven't been looking at Tasnim all night, so I don't know if they deleted anything, but that's what they're saying right now. IRNA also reports, IRNA Iranian News claims that U.S. targets in Iraq were attacked. According to news sources, they say. They, like the other Iranian outlet, claimed that a missile from Iran targeted the Al-Harir base in Erbil in northern Iraq. I wonder if President Trump will post about this. You know, President Trump said something interesting today, in case you didn't see it. I just want to mention this for a second. In case you didn't see it, President Trump today said Last month, I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Today, I am pleased to announce that this effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the strait and into the open market. More than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled through the strait. This wildly successful effort is because the USA controls the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Their military is defeated and their economy is lost. It's over for Iran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's what he said. That was about 4 hours ago. We'll have to maybe get into that more a little later. But for right now, we're talking about the new strikes. In case you missed it, here is the post from CENTCOM about the strikes. U.S. Central Command forces began launching additional self-defense strikes at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time today. I think yesterday it was 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Against multiple targets in Iran at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. These strikes are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. Okay, hold on a moment. Mer News Iran says there has been no attack on the Asaluya refinery so far. Asaluya refinery, which is on the coast of the Persian Gulf. There has been no attack on the Asaluya refinery so far, contrary to news published in cyberspace. News received by a Mer reporter indicates that the Asaluya refinery area has not been attacked so far. At the same time, the governor of Asaluya denied in an interview any explosions in the area. That would be an escalation if the U.S. or Israel started targeting more Iranian energy infrastructure. So, but again, no confirmation that they've done that. Faytux News pointed out that Itay Blumenthal of Khan News Israel said that the U.S. attack in Iran is that Israel is not involved in these strikes, according to Khan News. Thanks to Faytux News for pointing that out. Still looking for more updates here. Give me a moment. Thanks for your patience. Checking a bunch of different sources. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators. We have moderating right now. Ruth is there. Thank you so much, Ruth, for moderating. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Thank you to LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev, who are moderating on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, and our Facebook moderators. What did I do here? Oh, wait, I see. Hold on. I have too much up. Too much is open on my desktop. Hang on a moment. I got to close some stuff here. What a disaster. What did I just do? Give me 2 seconds here. There's just too much open here. Sorry, I opened up too many things. Thanks, K Body. K Larry Body's moderating on Facebook. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Barry Eisler and Sophie Coretta and Brian Daviow for subscribing over there. Quick thanks on Facebook, on Twitch to Landscaper and Who Shot JR and Kendra Fox. And also shout out to Octavia and also Andrew Schlegel, Shelley Amsterdam, Fjord00, who said, I went to the ride in Newton Abbey after the feed went down. The police flanked the riders from behind, making them disperse in all directions. I cannot confirm that myself, but thank you, Fjord, for mentioning it. When I have a second, I'll try to update you on that. I just don't have a second right now. Thank you, Fjord00. Thank you, Diane Rapp, Trish TX71, Phoenix 1971, I Am Charlie, Burger Bros, Mr. Slugnail, Juice Dees for All, DL Vids, Use Carl, Sales Mandic, Betty Westbrook, Aaron S., Spicy Tuna Roll. Thank you. All right, let's try to get you some more updates. For what it's worth, the last few minutes I have not heard. Oh, a new explosion in Bandar Abbas. More explosions in Bandar Abbas. Eastern half of attack in the eastern half of Bandar Abbas city. New attack in the eastern half of Bandar Abbas city. That is from Mer News. Minutes ago, the sound of further explosions was reported in the area of Bandar Abbas city by local sources and city residents. Investigations by a Mer reporter show this attack occurred in the eastern half of Bandar Abbas city. The American enemy also attacked locations in Sirak County, Keshem, Bandar Abbas, and Hengam Island in the early hours of Thursday morning. These are all locations in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Bandar Abbas city is here. See right on the coast there? Now, they said the eastern half of Bandar Abbas city. The airport's over there too, but I don't know what they attacked, what was attacked. So we have Bandar Abbas. Sirak is right here. That was mentioned. Keshem Island right here. And Hengam Island is right here. Hengam Island is right here. So it's all in the south Again, these reports of southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, where these attacks are taking place. South Pars is a very important gas field for Iran. Iran state media says the governors of Asaluye and Kangan, both cities that host South Pars facilities, denied any attacks or explosions. Yemeni foreign minister based in Sana'a. I assume this is from the Houthis. Let me just confirm this. Well, yeah, the Houthis are based in Yana. So the Houthis foreign minister says, according to Iran state media, the Houthis foreign minister says, we warn against the continued U.S. aggression against Iran and its consequences, which are a threat to international peace and security. Trying to get you more updates here. Again, we'll see how Iran responds. Iran says that there are reports that it fired a missile at a U.S. base in Iraq. But we do not seem to have seen the main Iranian response to all this that will inevitably, I'm sure, be coming. And I don't know how many waves the U.S. is going to do tonight. There's reports in Iranian state media of sea battles. Waiting to hear more and see where this goes. Second straight day of U.S. strikes on Iran that U.S. claims are self-defense strikes. Oh, is there a new statement here? No, I don't see it. Hang on. Hang on. Hey guys, this is from the from the Houthis, Yemeni Foreign Ministry, the Houthis. Okay, this is from via Al Masira, which is their media channel, I believe. Um, they say, the Yemeni Foreign Ministry says, among other things, the continuation of the American aggression will have serious repercussions on the global supply chains and trade, as well as oil and energy markets, thereby threatening global economic stability. Again, uh, we warn against the continued. Oh no, where is it here? Hold on a second here. Let me do this. So the Houthi Foreign Ministry says the continuation of the American aggression will have serious repercussions on global supply chains and trade, as well as oil and energy markets, thereby threatening global economic stability. There's been this question of would the Houthis eventually start attacking shipping in the Red Sea and in Red Sea here, and particularly Al Mandab Strait, Bab al Mandab Strait here. So that hasn't happened yet, but something to keep an eye on. Something to keep an eye on. Here's a new report from Iranian state media. They claim, following the F-16 fighter jet's violation of Persian Gulf airspace and the IRGC's air defense system firing a missile at it, the invading fighter jet fled. I don't know if that's true. So we have seen, again, U.S. strikes have been going on. They began about an hour and 15 minutes ago. Um, the reports we've heard of out of Iran are the strikes being in southern Iran, near the Strait of Hormuz, um, and don't really have specifics right now on verified specifics on what was hit. As I mentioned, um, CBS News, Natalie Brand reported that U.S. officials said these self-defense strikes were against key Iranian facilities such as ammunition depots, command and control nodes, and warehouses, whereas Barak Ravid said a U.S. official says all the targets that were attacked are in southern Iran and include air defense systems, radars, and drone command and control units. But we're waiting to get more information, also see what the Iranian response will be. Haven't seen new report of explosions in a little while. Someone asked about flight radar. I would assume that like the fighter jets, a lot of the planes would not actually be on flight radar. That would be my assumption. We probably see some tankers out there, right? There's a strato tanker flying around in the area, couple strato tankers there, refueling tankers that very well are probably refueling uh, attacking aircraft. But there's been tankers out there many days when there weren't attacks on Iran. Um, that is an Iran air flight. That is another refueling tanker up there. So there are a number of refueling tankers out there. That's another one right there. I don't know if there are more of them than normal. I assume we don't always see all of them, so I can't tell you how many are there actually tonight compared to how many are actually there all the time. But we are seeing, for example, these two here flying in this oval pattern on Flight Radar 24. Let me real quick do this. Give me a second. Give me one moment. this on. I'll put that there for a second. Put that there for a second. Iranian Irib News says several defensive missiles were fired at an American fighter jet. The Americans have attacked 7 coastal points. Okay, here's a claim, some claims from Mer News. Hey guys, look. Mer News. Iran State Media Mer News. Oh, I gotta do this again. Iran State Media Mer News. They claim the resistance and extensive fire of the IRGC's naval units have shocked the invading American forces. I'm not sure if that's the case. The Americans have so far attacked 7 coastal points. Oh, we have a statement. New statement from the Iranian military. New statement from the Iranian military. Let me put this on the screen for you. Iranian military says, from this moment on, due to insecurity in the region, the Strait of Hormuz is declared closed to all types of vessels, including oil tankers and commercial vessels, and any traffic will be affected. Now, I don't know if I feel like they maybe said this before. Remember, though, President Trump today announced that in the last month, the U.S. has secretly escorted like 200 ships through the strait. In continuation of the evils of criminal America and in view of the beginning of the attacks of that country's aggressor army on some southern regions in Hormozgan province, from this moment on, due to insecurity in the region, the Strait of Hormuz is declared closed to traffic of any type of vessel, including oil tankers and commercial vessels, and any traffic will be affected. The U.S. claim that the ship passed through the strait is denied. Hang on. So, new statement from the Iranian military. Oops, hold on. Give me a moment. I got to post that. Give me a moment. I got to post that. Bear with me. There it is. New statement from Iranian military, from Iran's military. In continuation of the evils of the criminal America and in view of the beginning of the attacks of that country's aggressor army on some southern regions in Hormozgan province, from this moment on, due to insecurity in the region, the Strait of Hormuz is declared closed to the traffic of any type of vessel, including oil tankers and commercial vessels, and any traffic will be affected. Now, does that mean they're going to start trying to attack commercial ships more? I don't know. That also says that, so that would imply that they're not going to allow ships to go through even if they get permission from Iran. I don't know if that's true, but strictly speaking, that would say they're not letting any ships through. That might be that could be a difference because they've been letting ships through with permission and perhaps paying them. They might be saying now we're not going to even let any ships through. Oil price. Hold on. So this is Brent crude, and this is a 1-day chart, and it looks like it's gone up about what, $2 in the last at about 4:05 p.m. it was 93.34, and now it's 94.99. So it's gone up about $1.65 in the last 3 hours. It's gone up about $1.65, it looks like. That's from TradingView. Oh, but this market, I'm sorry, it looks like it just, I think it might have be closed temporarily. Hold on, because it says that's closed. That's the last price. But it may, so I think it closes for an hour or two every day. This market's open. Okay, so let's look at this. This is up. Now this is WTI crude, which just opened back up a short while ago. I think about 50 minutes ago. This is a 5-day chart. So at about 2:30 p.m. today, WTI crude was at 90.19, and now it's at 92.59. So it's up like $2.50 since earlier this afternoon. But again, right now, I don't know if it's till 7 or 8 maybe. The Brent crude market is temporarily closed. This one is open. We'll keep an eye on WTI crude. So again, the Iranian army has come out and said that the Strait of Hormuz is now closed to all types of vessels. Now, I don't know if what's the practical change that's going to come from that, because I know they didn't want they've already been opposed to, say, American ships or ships being escorted by America or any ship going through the strait that they didn't approve. I don't know if they're going to do more to attack ships that try to go through, but also ships were going through with their permission. And I wonder if that's going to come to an end now, at least for the time being. So it remains to be seen what the impact is. Whether there'll be a big practical impact of that announcement. Just saw something. Give me a moment here. Instant News Alerts, who I follow on X, found something from ABC News. ABC News just posted uh, one U.S. official said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other top administration officials have been in contact with their counterparts in the Gulf states as they brace for what is widely expected to be a larger retaliatory response from Iran than what occurred yesterday. I mean, so I don't know what's going to happen. Are we going to see a bigger response from Iran than happened yesterday? Remains to be seen. I think yesterday Iran fired about 30 missiles and a number of drones. Oops, we don't need to have begun. Okay, let's see here. Thanks, by the way, to Jeff Buddington for your support. Thank you, Catherine. Maybe I'll do that in a little later, Catherine, when I have a minute. Thank you, Catherine 34560. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Will Smith. I have not seen the Houthis directly threaten to close the Red Sea tonight. I haven't seen that myself. I'll keep an eye out. There's I read you that Houthi statement which implied that they might take more action. Thank you, C. Johnson, who says, I don't believe the Yemen foreign minister for 1 second. Nope, not even a little. Thank you so much, C. Johnson. Thanks, Diane Rapp, as well. Thanks, Lowenado, our member. Not our member. Thanks for your support on Twitch. And Rope Drop Mohawk and King of Mars and Kindra Fox on Twitch. And Landscaper on Twitch. Okay, we're bringing you live coverage. Oh, hold on a moment here. New update from FARS State Media. FARS State Media says 2 ships attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz were hit. I don't know if that's true. They're claiming that 2 ships that were attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz were hit. I assume if that's true, we'll hear about it soon. They would be meaning hit by Iran. Iran has attacked numerous ships in the Strait of Hormuz during the war. So we'll see Yeah, UKMTO is who I'd look to see if they post anything about it. Also, Iranian state media, IRE. I guess that's coming from the IRGC Navy, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy. Um, says that 2 ships attempting to illegally pass through the Strait of Hormuz have been hit. We'll have to see what we hear about that. But that is an official statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy. We'll have to wait and see what we hear. Uh, this is right here, WTI crude. That's a 5-day chart. It's a 5-day chart. You can see here, it was earlier today at about 2:15 p.m. It was at 89.92. So it is up over. It's up about $3.50 since this afternoon. Up about $3.50 since this afternoon. WTI crude. Brent crude is currently closed. It'll open soon. Hey, thanks so much to the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. That's really nice of you. Mystical Buddha Cake Shop, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you again, Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Very nice of Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. I think Elizabeth, if I'm remembering right. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Very interested to see if we hear about any ships attacked. Iran Revolutionary Guard Navy claims they've attacked 2 ships trying to go through the strait without their permission. Oh, I have an update for you from Newton Abbey. We were watching for over an hour, I believe, the protests tonight in north of Belfast in Newton Abbey. So Belfast Telegraph just reported that the policing operation in Newton Abbey is wound down. Rioters have dispersed and firefighters are putting out fires. Okay. So that scene we were watching in Newton Abbey earlier, again, the police operation has wound down and the rioters have dispersed. That's according to the Belfast Telegraph. Just to update you. If you missed our coverage of that, you can rewind and watch that. Shonley says, thank goodness. No, flight radar isn't paused. It's just, I mean, I think the issue is that these are big distances. So you're not going to see, we're far away. I mean, we're kind of zoomed out. So you do see some, like this plane is moving right here. Or was it paused before? Well, I mean, this plane is moving. You can clearly see planes moving. But you're not going to see them zoom across the screen quickly. Earlier today, President Trump had said, we're going to hit them hard again today about Iran. I've not seen any confirmation yet of Iran's claim that they hit 2 ships trying to get across the Strait of Hormuz without their permission. They say that the Strait of Hormuz is closed to all vessels now, but we'll have to see what we hear and what happens. So it seems like maybe the first wave is over. Last night there were multiple waves. Hey, I want to thank a couple people. Thank you to thank our YouTube members for a second. Oh, hold on, I gotta take a second. I'm going to thank them in a second. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street, Shaggy, DeBears, Mr. Bigley, Uncredible, Susan CHF, Naomi Russo, Gloomman, Respect, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Uahitid, Sandy Doggo, Kendra Fox, thanks for Dodo Bird, thanks for subscribing, N Dot, and all of our subscribers on Twitch, Uncle Fester as well, Daddy Dino. And I want to thank our YouTube members. If you give me a second. I know what we're going to do in a second. Hold on a second. Why can't I get this open up? I got to get the chat window open up so I can see the members. Hold on. Bear with me for a second while I open the chat window. There we go. Yeah, so I think we might have just seen the first wave. Thanks to the Steak Pie, Crypto King, Ken Lance, JD63, the UNQ80, Ben Van, JK Cinar. These are some of our members on YouTube. Miss Pennywiser, Frickin' Lunatic, Amy Celeste, Adam Gendry-Sick, the Steak Pie, Pixie Lou, Corib, Columbus, and Phoenix 2B, and Crystal Ball, Gypsy Doll, 80 ESO, Red Girl, Confidence in God, Dorm Machine, Sydney, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you. And you know what I'm going to do real quick? It's been so busy because we came on the air and there was this protest slash riot going on in, in north of Belfast, and we had helicopter footage of that. So we were covering that, I think, for over an hour. Then we had to shift to this when this started. So I don't know how long this is going to last, but I haven't even had a chance to do this. So real quick, what I'm going to do right now is this is a sponsored broadcast. So a quick word from me about our sponsor, Rumble Wallet. And right after this word from me about Rumble Wallet, we'll have more updates about the U.S. strikes on Iran. If you've ever been curious about buying and investing in crypto, like Bitcoin and stablecoins like USAT, but felt like it was too complicated, Rumble Wallet is an easy way to get started. You can buy, sell, and manage your cryptocurrencies all in one place, and the app is super straightforward. What really makes Rumble Wallet unique is you can use it to tip your favorite creators with crypto, as long as they have Rumble Wallet too. Getting started is simple. Just download the Rumble Wallet app, sign up or use your existing Rumble Wallet account, complete a few security steps, and you're set up in minutes. You can start with just a few dollars, and with MoonPay built into Rumble Wallet, you can easily buy crypto using your credit card, debit card, or bank wire. So if you've been thinking about the advantages of crypto, download Rumble Wallet now by scanning this QR code or by clicking the link in the show description. Rumble Wallet is a technology provider only and not a custodial service. See terms at wallet.rumble.com. Okay, we are back. We're bringing you the latest updates. The U.S. has launched new strikes on Iran. This is the second day in a row the U.S. says it has launched self-defense strikes on Iran, and we're bringing you the latest here. We were looking before at a couple of tankers, U.S. refueling tankers circling around there. Well, that's not one. There was two before, maybe one left, or maybe one is just off. Maybe one is just off the radar right now. But there's one right there. That's the number one tracked flight. That is there in the Persian Gulf. So again, waiting to, I believe all the targets we heard about in this first U.S. wave of strikes were all in southern Iran, near the Strait of Hormuz, places like Sirik and Bandar Abbas and Minab and Keshem Island. There's Keshem right there. And also this island here, which is Hengam Island. So we heard about Mer News. Iran said there were 7 different locations on the coast that were attacked. But we don't know the specifics yet about what was hit, reliably. And we've heard reports about what might have been hit, but nothing confirmed. And also, Iran says we haven't seen a big response yet from Iran. I assume we're going to see some kind of response from them that we'll be able to identify as like, oh, this is them doing their response. But they did announce, they said that the Strait of Hormuz is now closed to all traffic, which I guess would include traffic that even they might approve going through. It sounds like they're saying that they're not going to let any traffic go. They're not going to even let traffic go through with their permission. I don't know if that's true. Also, Iranian Navy, Revolutionary Guard Navy, claims that 2 ships tonight trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz without permission were hit. There's been no confirmation of that yet. So we are bringing you live coverage. We're letting you know the latest. And let me get back and see if I can get you some more updates here, taking your comments on the air as well. Hang on. Oh, updated announcement about the Strait of Hormuz from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Here is a new announcement from them via Iranian state media. Strait of Hormuz to be closed until further notice. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy says, following repeated violations of the ceasefire by the American enemy, the Strait of Hormuz will be closed until further notice. We warn that no vessel should leave its anchorage in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman. That's on either side of the Strait of Hormuz. Approaching the Strait of Hormuz is considered cooperation with the enemy. That's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. We warn that no vessel should leave its anchorage on either side of the strait, Gulf of Oman to the east and the Persian Gulf to the west. Don't leave your anchorage. Approaching the Strait of Hormuz is considered cooperation with the enemy. That's what they're saying. Okay, now, hang on a moment here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on a moment. Someone mentioned something to me. Oh, yes, Jennifer Griffin just posted. Thanks for the chat. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says U.S. military strikes targeting Iran are ongoing. U.S. official to Fox. Okay, and Vahid Online, now this is unconfirmed. Unconfirmed reports of explosions heard about 9 minutes ago, 7 to 9 minutes ago in Keshem and Bandar Abbas. Okay, Bandar Abbas is, there's Bandar Abbas and there's Keshem. Right next to the Strait of Hormuz. So unconfirmed reports a few minutes ago from Vahid Online of explosions there. I don't think I've seen anything in Iran state media yet about it. I don't see any reporting in Iran state media about it yet. I'm looking at different Iranian outlets, and I don't see it yet. Hang on a minute here. Hang on. Okay. Where is this? There it is. Are we going to be hear about new strikes in the coming moments? We'll have to see. But again, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News said a U.S. official told Fox News U.S. military strikes targeting Iran are ongoing. Here is a statement from the Iranian armed forces. Uh, Iran often makes a lot of very threatening statements. This is new from Iranian state media. Iranian armed forces says the armed forces of Iran will give a crushing and decisive response to any aggression and evil of the aggressor and terrorist army of America in the region. What is this? I just saw another report. Hold on a moment here. That's Russian. All right. Oh, sorry. This is an update here from Iranian state media. They say, this is from IRIB, Deputy for Political and Security Affairs of the Bushehr Province, Bushehr Governorate. An area in the highlands of Dashti County has been targeted, but the origin is still unknown due to the difficult access to the area. Dashti County. Can I find that on the map? Dashti Bushehr Province. Now, that is right on the coast. That is on, hold on, you can't see it. Again, everything tonight, all the strikes we're hearing about are on the southern coast or near the southern coast. So Dashti there in Bushehr Province is on the coastal area near the Persian Gulf. Oh, but IRNA, Iranian state media, says an official in the Bushehr region, Bushehr Governorate, told IRNA Iran the news that a projectile hit a military site in the city of Kormaj in the center of Dashti County is not true. An area in the highlands of Dashti County has been targeted, but the exact location is not yet known due to the difficult access to the area. For whatever that's worth. Bloomberg says these are the most intense clashes between the U.S. and Iran in weeks. Shin claims that there are blasts in Bandar Abbas. Shin, who I follow. Now, I have not seen that yet from Iranian state media. So I'll see if there's any reports here. Normally, Iranian state media reports the explosions. The oil price actually dropped a bit, WTI crude. It's up. I mean, it was up. I think it's up. If I go to the 5-day chart here on tradingview.com, and this afternoon it was around 90. Then it got up to, looks like over 93, 93 and a half. But in the last few minutes, for whatever reason, WTI crude has gone down a bit. Gone down a bit. You can see from roughly 93.40 to 92.60 or 92.80. Just in the last, I don't know, 20 minutes or something, half an hour. Thanks, Solid. I don't know what the importance of Dashti is. It's a town or area in Iran, coastal Iran. I didn't say it was particularly important for any reason or unimportant. I don't know. I was just pointing out that they were discussing it in Iranian media. Thank you, Solid 5356. Thank you, Joe 9611. Thanks also, Rachel Raleigh. I really appreciate Rachel Raleigh, and thank you for watching. Thanks, McLean33. Thanks, God Frieza. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I'm seeing an update here from Trey Yingst. Give me a moment. Trump says bombing will stop shortly? I got to see what Trey Yingst is saying. Hold on. We're going to see what Trey Yingst is saying now. He's on Fox right now. He's on Fox right now. Let me go to Trey Yingst. Hold on. Give me a moment. Oh, did he post? I don't see that he posted that. He hasn't posted for 5 hours. All right. Trey Yingst says he came on Fox. I'm looking at the captions. All right. Trey Yingst says, all right, I'm looking at the captions right now. He's on Fox now. I rewound it. Hold on a moment here. The accents actually work. Good evening. I spoke with Trump. He says Trump is currently in the Situation Room with J.D. Vance. Trey Yingst says this, okay, and others. He's in the Situation Room now, okay? Trey Yingst from Fox News says there's an ongoing bombing campaign against Iran. Fine. The president tells Fox News 49 Tomahawk missiles were used to hit targets inside Iran, some of them as close as 40 miles from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Fighter jets are also operating over the skies of Iran, said Trump, taking out radar systems and air defense systems in the southwestern part of the country close to the Persian Gulf, says Trey Yingst. Okay. What else? President Trump told me that Iran called him tonight and he spoke to top Iranian officials. He told me the Iranians asked the U.S. to stop bombing, and the president said the bombing will stop shortly. Trey Yingst says, I asked him what will happen if they don't sign a deal. Trump said, we'll bomb the blank out of them tomorrow night. The president is leaving the military option on the table if there's not a deal signed by tomorrow night. This is from Trey Yingst. Is the ceasefire over? He told me this was the most violated ceasefire in the history of the world, Trump said to Trey Yingst. Good reporting from Trey Yingst. All right, so again, Trump said the bombing will stop shortly. But according to Trey Yingst, but did he use the word S? Hold on a second here. Give me a moment here. It came up on my caption as S. I don't know if he literally said bomb the S out of him. On my caption, it said bomb the S out of them tomorrow night if they don't agree to a deal. Let me see if I can watch that again and just listen to it. Hang on. All right, he said the bombing will stop shortly. The bombing will stop shortly. Iran asked him to stop bombing. Okay. He said, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night if they don't sign an agreement. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Okay. We'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night if they don't sign an agreement. That's what he told Trey Yingst. Give me a moment here. Okay, so let me just, I'm going to repost. OSINT Technical posted a clip of the video. Give me a second here. Give me a moment. OSINT Technical and AZ Intel posted the clip. Tomorrow. Sorry, I need 1 second here because I want to repost this. Give me 1 moment. Just give me 1 moment. But that's the update from Trey Yingst of Fox News. Okay. Now, Trey Yingst of Fox News reports he just spoke to Trump. Trump said Iran called him tonight and asked to stop the bombing. Said Iran, what? Did he say called him? I don't know if he said who called who. I have to go back and look. He said Iran called him tonight. Hold on. Okay. So he said Iran called him tonight and asked him to stop the bombing. And Trump said the bombing will stop soon. Hold on. And the bombing will stop shortly. Trump said the bombing will stop shortly. When Trey Yingst asked Trump, he also told Trey Yingst if Iran doesn't sign a deal, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. Okay. So Trey Yingst of Fox News reports he just spoke to Trump. Trump said Iran called him tonight and asked the U.S. to stop the bombing. Trump said the bombing will stop shortly. He also told Trey Yingst if Iran doesn't sign a deal, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. I just listened to it several times. And thanks to AZ Intel and OSINT Technical for posting a clip of him. All right, so that's, again, good reporting by Trey Yingst. Sorry, I know that took a little while, but I wanted to, I'll take some comments too. I just wanted to let you guys know about that because it seemed like an important report. Hold on. Hold on, everything's falling apart here. Now, what's happening now? Okay. All right, let me get back and get you updates. So President Trump says that the strikes will stop shortly. But he also said that if there's no deal... Oh, hold on. Also, Jennifer Griffin posted, I hadn't seen this yet. I missed this before. Jennifer Griffin of Fox said, U.S. official denies there are any skirmishes at sea between the U.S. and the Iranian Navy, despite Iranian claims. So U.S. official denies any skirmishes at sea. Oh, OSINT Technical mentioned this. I hadn't even seen this yet. Update. We have an update here. Quick response. Iran rapid response. Iran rapid response. Look at this. Rapid response Iran. Hold on. Can't show you yet. The Iranian Broadcasting Corporation quoted a senior official as saying Trump's claim about Iranian officials contacting him is a complete lie. The Iranian Broadcasting Agency quoted a senior official as saying Trump's false claims about Iranian officials contacting him is a cover to avoid war against Iran. That's what Iran is saying. What can I tell you? It's pretty quick response from Iran, though. I got to show you something else too. Hang on. I just saw something else. Here is an update from CENTCOM. Fact check. Fact check. Here is a fact check from U.S. Central Command. Are you ready for the fact check? Claim. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps claims that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Truth. Commercial ships are continuing to transit in and out of the Strait of Hormuz tonight. For what it's worth, here is the current marine traffic map. But, our viewer mentioned these. Our viewer mentioned Jersey Devil and Dead Wallet Crew. Pleasure craft. I don't know what's going on with those. Sailing vessel, Jersey Devil. Dead Wallet Crew, pleasure craft. Anyways, that's from 6 hours and 47 minutes ago, that position. That position is 9 hours ago. But I mean, the U.S. might mean that ships are moving with their tracking off. I don't know. Remember, the U.S. announced, or President Trump, remember what President Trump said earlier today, that the U.S. had a secret operation to move ships through the Strait of Hormuz during the past month. Executor thinks those ships are spoofs. I don't know. Trump, last month I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Today I am pleased to announce that this effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the strait and into the open market. More than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled through the strait. This wildly successful effort is because the United States of America controls the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Their military is defeated and their economy is lost. It's over for Iran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This was this afternoon. I assume that any ships that they were leading through did not have their tracking on. One of our viewers said secret no more, Timido 1. I don't know. Trump, I think, first mentioned that today. He first mentioned it during an appearance at the White House. And I don't know if it was meant to be kept secret. I honestly don't know that. It's a good question. Because I saw when he mentioned it when he was asked about inflation, I think. See if I can pull up that moment. So I don't know if it was supposed to go on for longer or not, or I mean, maybe they'll still do it. Hold on. But let me quickly find this here. If I can.
Approving it. Oh, they should have kept that. First of all, it was over. I don't know what they're doing. But we're going to be attacking them very. Questions, please. Let's go.
Mr. President, this morning got wrong. You said that they've taken too long to get to a deal. I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that now they will have to pay the price. What did you mean by that?
I want to get. I'm almost there. I want to get to this part about this plan. I have to find where he says it. Can I find it here? I don't want to take too long to find it. I have to find the particular place where he said it. But it's relevant. I'm going through all the questions here. Oh, here it is. I found it. Here's what President Trump said today about this may have been the first time he revealed this publicly, this program of what he says U.S. secretly having ships go through the Gulf, taking ships through the Gulf, through the Strait of Hormuz. All right, hold on. I'm putting it up on the screen right now for you. I'm putting it on the screen right now. And again, I do not know if this was if he was the plan to reveal it today or not. I don't know. I cannot tell you. All right, I got it. This is earlier today. This is not live. This is earlier today. Okay. Uh-oh. And again, here, I believe this is when he first publicly talked about this thing, this program. Oops. All right, here we go.
Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning, could that be a headwind?
No, I love it. The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships. Late at night with no lights, because they don't have any radar, because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be, we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history, highest 401ks in history. Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers. It took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of experts, like 25%. And it was worth it. To me, it was worth it not to have a nuclear weapon. And the other thing is that oil would go to $250 a barrel. It's at 85, and which is pretty amazing. And here's the key. We just hit today another stock market high. 74, in my short time here, 74 days we hit stock market all-time historical highs. Nobody can believe it. The Dow, the S&P. S&P was at 7,000. They said in 4 years, maybe 5 years. It will.
I just wanted to show you that to show you when he said the thing that he said he was revealing that the U.S. had been taking ships in this secret program through the Strait of Hormuz. So I believe that's the first time anyone from the U.S. government on the record said anything about this. And hold on a second here. I will mention one of our viewers said that the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal had posted something about the U.S. taking ships through in May or something. I vaguely remember, I think I might have reposted an article about this. I don't remember, though, about the U.S. secretly escorting ships through the... Yeah, so on May 31st, the New York Times said that American forces in recent weeks had helped coordinate the passage of dozens of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. They said they had guided about 70 commercial ships through the strait in that article on May 31st. So thanks for reminding me of that. But I don't believe, I don't believe that had been publicly acknowledged on the record by anyone in the government. And again, I cannot confirm this, but that's what President Trump said. All right. Let's see if we have more updates here. Now, hang on. Not seeing the last few minutes of new explosions. To remind you, President Trump told Trey Yingst tonight, a short while ago, of Fox News, Trey Yingst said, that Iran called him tonight, that Iran asked for the bombing to stop. President Trump said the bombing will stop shortly. And Trey Yingst asked Trump, what happens if they don't agree to a deal? And Trump said, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. Okay. I think we might get another post from President Trump soon, personally. So I'm just checking for updates here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'm not seeing reports of new strikes now. Oh, also one other thing I saw is that I don't know what this really means. This is from Mayor News. Mayor News, Iran State Media. Iran denied that they had called Trump, by the way. Iran State Media said that Iran had not called Trump tonight. Anyways, Mayor News Iran says the first phase of the Revolutionary Guard's aerospace missile and drone offensive operations was carried out. The dispersion of the source of the shots and the coverage of the target bank are among the most important operational innovations of the Revolutionary Guards in the first phase of tonight's operation. When they say dispersion of the source of the shots, are they saying like that the sources in Iran of the missiles disperse quickly so they can't be attacked or something? I don't know. And coverage of the targeting bank, are they claiming that they hit various targets? I don't know. I have no idea. Admiral thinks mobile units, yes. I wonder if there's going to be a second wave of strikes. Hey, a flash poll. Flash poll, will there be a second wave of strikes tonight? Because President Trump told Trey Yingst the bombing will stop soon tonight. Will there be a second wave of U.S. strikes tonight? Let's see. Hold on. Flash poll, quick poll. Last night there were 2 or 3. Seemed to me like maybe there were. Well, they said officially 3 last night. I think. I'm not sure. At least 3, from what the timing suggested. I think officially they announced 3 last night. All right, hold on. Poll time. Okay, first I'm going to show you guys what a live shot of you guys, thinking about the poll. Let's look at you guys. Oh, you're thinking about it. Look at this, live of you guys thinking about the poll. Now, that's Flight Radar 24, the flight tracker, by the way. FlightRadar24.com. You can go there or check out the app Flight Radar 24. Now, what I need to do is show you the poll results. On YouTube, the poll result is on YouTube, 66% say yes. There will be a second wave tonight. On Facebook, Facebook is 96% yes on Facebook. 96% yes on Facebook. Even though Trump said it's going to stop shortly, Twitch is more mixed. Twitch is 54% yes. Let's see here. Mr. Nine Finger says it will definitely not be any more strikes. He doesn't want war. Our viewer, one of our viewers, Big Blank Johnny said, yes, it's early. Taxdick says, what shortly? Because looks like it's done now. If not, means not done yet. Yeah, I mean, there has been, it's been a little while. It's been a while since we've had reports of new explosions. So, you know, the first phase certainly appears to be over by now, whether or not there's a second phase or not. Hold on a second here. One moment. One moment. Oh, Trey Yingst posted about talking to Trump. All right, so I just want to mention this. I know I watched it and let you know what Trey said, but Trey Yingst, just so you know, posted a big post about speaking to Trump tonight. Thanks for voting in our poll. So on YouTube, 68% think there will be a second wave of strikes tonight, and on Twitch it was 58%, and it was very high on Facebook. It was 82% on Facebook. Hey, by the way, a quick thanks to Vanessa Fernandez, who says, I don't believe Trump wants war, but I don't believe Iran will ultimately agree to the deal. The extremists won't allow it. You might be right. We'll have to see. Thank you, Vanessa Fernandez, for your support. Red Squirrel, I'll say B's 433. Thank you. B-Cert 433 says gas is $3.21 from $4.02 in my city, San Antonio. Do you mean it's gone down some since the high? Gas is still significantly higher on average in the country than it was at the start of the war, but less than the high during the war. Hey, thanks, Jeff TE88PFCR. Thank you. Also, Denise Miles, Lidwine Elizabeth. No, when he said stop shortly, he meant stop for the night. That's what that would mean. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Well, we'll see. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth. Eagle F15, thank you. Solid 5356, thank you. And let's get back to some more updates. Oh, I was going to mention what Trey Yingst said. Well, I mentioned it already, but I was going to just go over what he posted. So Trey Yingst, just to clarify, this is he himself posted, Trey Yingst from Fox News, and he said that he spoke to Trump when Trump was in the Situation Room tonight. He said Trump said he spoke to Iranian officials tonight. Iran asked him to stop bombing. The officials asked to stop bombing. Trump said 49 Tomahawk missiles had been fired tonight, along with bombs from fighter jets. Closest target to Tehran was around 40 miles away from Tehran. He said the bombing would stop shortly, but if they don't sign the agreement, he said, we'll bomb the S out of them. Well, here he says, so in Trey Yingst's post, he actually wrote out the word. On Fox, Trey Yingst said, we'll bomb the S out of them. That's what he said. In his post on X, Trey Yingst used the word, the S word. We'll bomb the... So it sounds like he's saying Trump really did say the S word. We'll bomb the S out of them. But on Fox, he said, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow. Whereas on his X post, he just says, we'll bomb the S out of them. I'm really interested in seeing if there's a second wave or not, or if we get an announcement from Trump that says that's it for the night. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard says Trump's claim about Iranian officials contacting him is strongly denied and is a cover to escape war. SNAF thinks they're refueling and it's not over. We still haven't had a response from Iran tonight, and I assume that's coming. So something to keep an eye out for. Oh. Now, I didn't see this in Iranian media sources. I did not see this from any Iranian media sources myself. CENTCOM says, fact check, Iranian media sources are claiming that Iran has attacked a U.S. warship in the Strait of Hormuz. I have not seen that once from an Iranian media source. I didn't see it in state media. Now, maybe there's some Iranian media source, but I didn't see it tonight. Anyways, they say no warships have been struck. All over X? Well, again, he didn't. I'm not saying that anybody on X didn't claim it, but I look at a bunch of major Iranian media sources, all the major state media sources that I can find, and I saw not once did I see it. Hang on a moment here. Oh, our viewer XKR thinks a second wave. XKR2 thinks second wave depends on Iran's response entirely. You never know. Maybe it does. I don't know. MNJ thinks we've seen Trump renege at least twice already on Iran. General Phantom says it's all the propaganda accounts. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what accounts are posting what on social media. I'm just telling you that of all the ones I follow from Iran, I have not seen that claim made. All the state media accounts, I've not seen them claim it once. Iran state media Mer News claims that in the hostile attack by American terrorists tonight, 2 residents of Kargan, Minab County, were injured by shrapnel and taken to Minab Hospital. That's what they claim. It is 3:38 Iran time. I might take I need 1 minute. My water bottle is almost empty. Might take 2 minutes here. Just take 2 minutes. It's been so busy. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, I'm coming right back. Steve will be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, we're waiting to see what happens here. U.S. has carried out a wave of strikes tonight on Iran that it calls self-defense strikes. So will Iran strike back? We haven't seen any big response from Iran yet. And also, President Trump told Fox News that the bombing will end shortly. Is that true? What does shortly mean? Will there be even a second wave of strikes tonight from the U.S.? We're waiting to see. We already did a poll, and the majority of you thought that there would be a second wave. Firejack says they've already done several waves. Well, it seems to me that given the timing last night of a wave, there was about an hour there where we were seeing a bunch of explosions. So I'm assuming that's one wave. That's going to be my assumption. Maybe they'll say otherwise, but that's my assumption based on what we saw. If you're wondering about oil price, this is the WTI oil price. This is over the last couple hours, last 2 hours. It had gone up about, well, I think 5 days better. It had gone up from this afternoon. It was WTI crude was about 89.90. Then it went up to about 93.5, but now it's down to 92.5. That's from tradingview.com. And here is Brent crude. And just to show you the 5-day chart there, kind of similar. Brent crude was at Well, at about 2:15 p.m. today, it was at 93.01. Now it's at 95.24. I didn't notice that gold is now at about 4,000. Very interesting. I haven't really been checking. For whatever it's worth, gold, this is the 5-day chart for gold. In the last 5 days, according to TradingView, gold is down almost 10%. You can see 5 days ago it's up at about 44.70. Right now it's 40.50. Here is the 1-year chart for gold. Back on last August, it was about 3,300. Then it got all the way up to well over, right there it's 5,400. I don't know what the absolute high was. Now it's about 4,000. That's the 1-year chart right there. And hang on. Commodities. Someone asked about silver. Silver cash price. Let's check it out on bar chart. This is bar chart. Barchart.com. Silver cash, it says about 62.19, and there's the 1-year chart for silver according to bar chart. So last July it was around 33 or 34, got way up. I mean, right there it says about 120, and now it's about 62.26. Oops. And here's that's the 1-week chart for silver. Silver a week ago was about 73, and now it is 62 something, 62.3 or so. That's at bar chart. Okay. I don't see anything new from President Trump yet. Waiting for see if he posts anything. Hey guys, listen to this. Listen to this new post from Iran State Media. News update. News update. There's a new post from Iranian state media, Tasneem. They just posted this. They claim that there were explosions in Bahrain and Kuwait. I've heard nothing of the sort. 18 important targets belonging to the evil U.S. Army were targeted in 2 waves of operations. The brave warriors of the Aerospace Force and the heroes of the IRGC Navy in the early hours of the morning, in punishment of the aggressor and in response to the attack of the child-killing U.S. Army on some of the IRGC service units, and coastal outposts in the Police and Security Command of Bandar Abbas Airport, 18 important targets belonging to the evil army and in Ali Salem and Ahmad al-Jaber air bases, as well as Sheikh Issa air bases, struck and destroyed during 2 waves of operations. I have no idea if this actually happened. And before this, about just a couple of minutes, yeah, this is new. They're just posting this right now. And a couple of minutes before, they had said multiple explosions heard at American bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. Now, I don't even know if any of this happened. I didn't hear about all these missiles being launched. Oh, they say Army drone attack. They say they targeted the 5th Fleet in Bahrain by drone attacks. Yeah, this is just like 8 minutes ago. All right, hold on a second. Where's that other statement that disappeared? So they're claiming that they've carried out a response. Here it is. All right, hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment. Oh, new post from Iranian state media. The cessation of U.S. attacks on areas in southern Iran, according to the announcement of that country's president, although he didn't announce it yet, he told Fox News it's going to stop soon, is due to the powerful and crushing response of armed forces of Iran, which inflicted another defeat on the U.S. Army. The armed forces' response to American aggression and evil will continue. So Iran is claiming that they've responded. Now, maybe they didn't really, I don't know, but Iran is claiming they responded. Iran Revolutionary Guard claims it has struck and destroyed 18 targets at U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain, I think they said it was. Right? Because they said Ali Salem and Ahmad al-Jaber and Sheikh Issa. All right, give me a moment. Just give me a moment here. So they're claiming they've responded. They're talking very bigly, said one of our viewers. Yeah, Kuwait and Bahrain. They say they have struck and destroyed 18 important targets. At U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain in response to U.S. strikes tonight. And they also say, wow, this is very interesting. Hang on, I'll show you this again in a second. Iranian military claims the U.S. has ended its attacks, has stopped its attacks tonight. Which the U.S. has not announced yet, due to Iran's powerful and crushing response. Okay, so Iran is saying that they've responded, that they've destroyed all of these targets at U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. They claim that President Trump said that they've stopped, the U.S. has stopped their bombing tonight, when I'm not aware that President Trump said that. And so again, it sounds to me almost like they're basically saying, hey, let's end this for tonight. I mean, because they're saying they've responded. Now, I'm not aware that any of this actually happened, that their response actually happened, but maybe this is their way of just ending it for the night, because we were waiting to see what they would do in response, but they're saying they've already done their response. So maybe at this point, they seem to be saying, if you guys don't bomb us anymore, we're not going to do anything else. That's what it seems to be. There's the two posts right there. On the top, you can see it says that the IRGC Aerospace Forces, in punishment of the U.S., and in response to the attack of the U.S. Army on some IRGC service units and coastal outposts and the Police and Security Command of Bandar Abbas Airport, 18 important targets belonging to the evil American Army in 2 waves of operations, and they list 3 bases, and those bases are in Kuwait and Bahrain, have been struck and destroyed. And then they say the cessation of the U.S. attacks on areas in southern Iran, according to the announcement of President Trump, which, again, I don't know where he announced that yet, is due to the powerful and crushing response of the armed forces of Iran, which inflicted another defeat on the U.S. Oh, also an explosion heard. I'm hearing about an explosion. Let's see. All right, so that's happening, but I'm just seeing a report of an explosion. New explosions now heard in Iran. New explosions heard in Iran right now. I'm seeing reports of 2 new ones. All right, give me a moment here. In Sirik and Eshtahard, new explosions heard in 2 locations in Iran. That's Iranian state media. In the last few minutes. I guess it's not over, guys. Sounds like. Iran state media, IRIB. New explosions heard in Eshtahard and Sirik in Iran. All right. Here, look, I'm going to show you this right now. This is from IRIB News. What happened here? Where did it go? Oops. Let's try this again so I can show it to you. Here it is. So, IRIB News, Iranian state media. Minutes ago, an explosion was heard in Eshtahard, west of Al-Borz province. The origin and cause of the explosion is still unknown. Also, a few minutes ago, an explosion was heard near Sirik. Now, Eshtahard that's in the north. That's interesting. That's in northern Iran, Eshtahard. That's not southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. Sirik is down here. The strikes have all been in southern Iran so far. This is an explosion reported in northern Iran. See what else is being reported. Now, I don't see all the other Iranian state media sites are posting those statements where the Iranian military says we've carried out this big retribution attack and claims that the U.S. has stopped attacking. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Jurhen says, would not be the first time Trump told a reporter something misleading to cover a military operation. The thing is, though, I mean, I don't know that that would make much of a difference. I don't think that given what's happened tonight, if Trump told Iran we're going to stop, I can't imagine that Iran would greatly let their guard down. You know, it's not like they weren't already fighting. So you never know, Gerhen. It's an interesting thought. I don't know that there'd be that much of an advantage to be gained. It's also possible that maybe there's going to be another round, but it will be shorter than it would have been. Hey, thanks so much, Gerhen 4505. And Wolf King, our member. Also, Sen10 for subscribing on Twitch. Kendra Fox, thanks for your support. Hey, Mallory Cliff, thanks on Twitch. TTV Nightstalker on Twitch, thank you. Also, all of our moderators on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn. Oh, I froze. I got to unfreeze myself. I am unfrozen now. Yeah, Eschahard is here. I just showed Eschahard before. Eschahard is here, and Sirik is down here by the Strait of Hormuz. Those were the two where the explosions reportedly were. One in northern Iran, one in southern Iran. There's already been explosions reported in Sirik tonight. But Eschahard, I mean, we haven't heard about any explosions in northern Iran tonight, so that would be the first one of those. Hey, shout out to our moderators. Really appreciate it. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Also, hang on. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on Facebook, on YouTube. Ruth, thank you so much. Ruth Beth Mythical, thank you for moderating. Thank you so much. And thanks to our Facebook moderators too. Michael Fergal, K. Lowry Body. Thank you so much. Thanks Susan Priest Buchner for subscribing. All right, let's try to get you some more updates. What is going on? Thanks Christy Gagnon for your support on Facebook, for the Facebook stars. Now, let's see. I haven't seen any other reports. I'm looking at various state media outlets from Iran, and all these state media outlets seem to be posting these new statements saying that Iran carried out a big retaliation on the U.S. for the U.S. strike tonight, that they hit 18 targets in Kuwait and Bahrain at U.S. bases, that they're claiming that the U.S. has stopped their strikes tonight because of Iran's response. And yet there's that one report from one outlet claiming 2 new explosions, but I haven't heard it anywhere else. Oh, Mer News. Update. Oh, no. Mer News says several explosions heard in Iraqi Kurdistan, which is somewhere that, say, the U.S., in Erbil and Suleymaniya. So it's possible that, I don't know if that's true, possible that Iran is launching strikes on Iraqi Kurds or U.S. interests in those regions. I don't know. But that was reported, Iraqi Kurdistan. Several explosions heard in the cities of Erbil and Suleymaniya in Iraqi Kurdistan, claims Mer News. Oh, hold on. I have something else. Mer News is reporting new explosions in Iran. New explosions in Iran, according to Mer News. One in Abik Kazvin. Where's that at? Is there an Abik, Iran? Let's see. Nope, I don't see it. There is Kazvin province. Kazvin province is in the north. So a report of an explosion in northern Iran. In Kazvin province. That's different than the other one. And then they also say that there's an explosion in Esterhard, west of Alborz province. So there's Kazvin and there's Esterhard, which are not that about those are both in northern Iran. So what's going on with this? Hang on. Iran state media Mehr reports new explosions in Eshtahard and Beek, which are both in northern Iran. The first wave of U.S. strikes tonight appeared to all be in southern Iran. All right, so I don't know what to make of all this. New explosion in Karaj. New explosion in Karaj now. Reported another explosion reported in Iran. This one in Karaj. That's from Mehr News. So we're hearing about new explosions now. Are we seeing another wave of attacks? Karaj is in northern Iran. Another explosion. This is the third explosion reported in northern Iran. That's outside of Tehran. Now, President Trump did say earlier that there was an attack about 40 miles from Tehran, but we didn't officially hear that from Iran at all. So anyways, let me show you this. Give me a second here. Iran state media Mehr reports another explosion in northern Iran, this one in Karaj. Here, let me show you this new update from, by the way, Karaj is not far from Tehran. Talking about maybe 10, 15 miles from Tehran. So here, look at this. Look at this from Iranian state media Mehr. Explosion in Karaj. Minutes ago, an explosion was reported in Karaj by local sources and residents. Previously, sounds had been heard in Abik, Kavzin, and Eshtahard, which I believe are all in northern Iran. None of the official military and law enforcement agencies have yet commented on the cause of these sounds. Hold on a moment here. People are saying Bahrain. Hold on. Bahrain sirens. Sirens in Bahrain. Breaking news. Thank you to the chat. Yes, sirens in Bahrain. All right, hold on. New explosions in Iran. Sirens in Bahrain. All right, hold on a moment. Give me a moment. Here it is right there. The alert has been sounded. 7 minutes ago, citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So we now have sirens in Bahrain. Hang on a moment here. Again, in recent minutes, new explosions reported in Iran and sirens in Bahrain. Hold on a second here. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Several drones have been spotted in Nazarabad, according to Iranian state media. That's in northern Iran. Several drones have been spotted in Narazabad, in northern Iran. So, again, they are reporting, Iranian state media, several drones spotted in Narazabad. Vahid Online reports a loud explosion in Bandar Abbas. Reports of Vahid Online reports says there are several reports of a loud explosion in Bandar Abbas, which is in the south of Iran, near right on the coast near the Strait of Hormuz. See, it says Bandar Abbas. What is going on? So again, in recent minutes, there's been a number of explosions reported in Iran, including some in northern Iran, which we weren't hearing about from state media earlier tonight. And also we are hearing about sirens in Bahrain. Any chance that the U.S. tonight is ramping up their strikes and hitting, I mean, President Trump has talked about hitting power plants, right? And hitting, what is it? I'm forgetting. Power plants and what? Power plants and what? Somebody will remind me in the chat. And bridges, Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ginger. Power plants and bridges. Any chance that's going on? I mean, earlier today, President Trump said that they were going to get hit hard tonight, right? If I remember that right. Yeah, we're going to hit them again hard today, he said earlier today. But I don't know. I have no idea. Vahid Online says, another explosion reported in Karaj minutes ago from Vahid Online, Karaj, Iran, which is about 10-15 miles from Tehran in northern Iran. Karaj is up here. Hold on. Near Tehran. So it's really striking that we're hearing, previously the last couple of days, most of what we've heard about is southern Iran, but we're hearing a bunch of explosions in northern Iran. Two new explosions in Bandar Abbas and an explosion heard near Sirik. Look at this from Iranian state TV. Two explosions in Bandar Abbas, an explosion heard near the port of Sirik. This is in southern Iran. More explosions. Mayor News says explosion heard in Sirik County. Oh, explosion in Varamin. Where is Varamin? Which is in Tehran province. Varamin, which is to the south of Tehran. So Mayor News says explosion in Varamin. They posted that 2 minutes ago. A lot of explosions in northern Tehran being heard. Mr. Rifleman says this is a lot of new explosions. Yes, and in areas where we haven't been hearing a lot of them the last couple nights. So what is happening? Looks like a second wave of U.S. strikes. That's what it looks like. I bet CENTCOM will post something soon and say well, they might. They might post something soon and say we're attacking again. Again, we heard about sirens. Shin's reports anti-aircraft activity, air defense activity over Bushehr in Bushehr province. That's in southwestern Iran. That's from Shin. Bushehr province, southwestern Iran. That's the city there, Bushehr, but that's the general part of Iran in the southwest. Shin claims air defense activity there. Explosion heard in Abik. Another report of an explosion. Abik in Kavzin province. That's according to Iranian state media. Give me one moment here. Kavzin is in northern Iran. Oh, maybe it's Abik. There it is. Abik. I think that's where it is. Abyek in the Kavzin province. That's a little further away from Karaj. Maybe about 40 miles from Tehran. That's Abyek. Iran state media, state TV. Explosion heard in Abyek, Kavzin. Northern Iran. Wow. A lot of explosions in northern Iran. What is happening? What is happening? Lots of explosions. Vahid Online says another explosion in Garage. Vahid Online reports another explosion in Karaj and Kangan. And Kangan. Karaj is near Tehran. Is it Kargan? Is that what it is? I think maybe it's Kargan. There's a Kargan. I think that's probably what it is. Near Bandar Abbas. Yes. That'd be my guess. So again, Vahid Online has, he's somebody I follow for reports from Iran where he gets witness report. A lot of people reporting about 10 minutes ago, another explosion in Karaj, and just a few minutes ago, an explosion in Kargan in southern Iran. So all kinds of explosions we've heard in the last, 20 minutes or so? Crazy. Oh, I'm sorry. It is a Kangan. Sorry. One of our viewers mentioned Kangan. I couldn't find Kangan. There is a Kangan in the south. It's not Kargan. Okay. There is a Kangan. Why doesn't it come up there? Oh, there it is. Sorry. It wasn't coming up initially. There is a Kangan. No. There's a Kangan in Boucher province, I think. There it is. There's a Kangan. I think it's there. Sorry about that. Bandar Kangan. Thanks to the viewer for correcting me. I looked initially and it didn't come up, and I was like, well, maybe it's Kargan. But there is a Kangan in Boucher province. But it certainly does look like this is new wave of strikes from the U.S. with all these explosions going on. Keeley says, sounds like it's popping off. Indeed, a lot of explosions. Thank you, Bill Knowledge News. Bill said there's only 11 to 13 active refineries in the country and less than a handful of ports. This could be ended overnight. Well, one thing is that we can maybe talk about this later, but if you destroy the Iranian oil production, you're not just destroying it for the current regime. Then if there's a regime change, then you've destroyed it for them. But also that could also two things. One, it'd be seen as a huge a massive escalation by the U.S., which could lead to an Iranian escalation in some way, and also that could really. Then you're talking about you could potentially greatly harm the economy for regular people of Iran. I'm not saying they wouldn't do it, but it would be an enormous escalation. Even a couple refineries, I think, would be seen as enormous escalation by Iran. Thank you, Ball Knowledge News. Thank you also, Meki Moose. Thanks, Meki Moose. And J. Paul Level. J. Paul Lavelle. J. Paul, I can't remember if it's level or level. Thank you, J. Paul. Maybe if I get a chance, I'll do that, J. Paul. So many new reports coming in. Also, thanks to Noel Gilliland, who thinks that Trump is mad as hell. All this back and forth between Israel and the U.S. and has been part of the whole plan. U.S. and Israel are working well together, 100% together. All this is in the plan, says Noel. Noel says all this is in the plan. Thank you very much, Noel. Thanks, Sober Pal Grunt and Bob Knuth and Stephen Briones. Thank you. All right, hang on. We got to keep up on the new reports coming in. I haven't heard about more from Bahrain. We heard that there were signs going off there a while back. Yeah, I can't play them. I don't have the rights to them. There were some people posting what they said were videos from Courage. Um, but I don't have the rights to them. They're floating around. I can't confirm them either, but they might be legit. Zinc Man says, how much longer will this go on? Dorm Machine says, as long as it takes. Daniel Serentano says, till Iran says uncle. I've seen some different pictures again I've seen some pictures from Courage, which appear to show some smoke rising. And again, I can't confirm anything about what's been hit or anything. Mayor News says the sound of the explosion in Varamin was due to an enemy attack around Varamin and was heard from a very far distance. Varamin is south of Tehran. So they're saying that the sound of explosion heard in Varamin was due to an attack around Varamin. That's according to Iran's Mer News. So the U.S. strike started at like 5:15. So this is like 4 hours after the U.S. strikes started, roughly. 3 hours and 45 minutes. Nothing really new with oil. I mean, this is WTI crude, and it was, 2 hours ago it was 93.30. Now it's lower than it was 2 hours ago, 92.15. Brent crude a couple hours ago was 95.33. Now it's 94.92. Certainly not exploding upward. That's from TradingView.com. Thanks, Mr. Rifleman, who says it's surreal living in history in the making. And I have no idea what happened in Bahrain with the sirens. Nothing. Iran state media says Arab sources reported the fruitless activities of Bahrain's air defenses to counter Iranian missiles and drones. I haven't seen those Arab sources, so I don't know. Do we have a statement from CENTCOM? New statement from CENTCOM. U.S. forces complete latest strikes in Iran. Breaking news. U.S. forces complete latest strikes in Iran. They just posted about it. Here, I'm going to put it on the screen right now. CENTCOM says they have completed their latest strikes in Iran. Breaking news. Breaking news. I told you I was waiting for their post. Okay, U.S. forces complete latest strikes in Iran. U.S. Central Command forces completed additional self-defense strikes against multiple targets in Iran at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. CENTCOM forces launched strikes on Iranian military surveillance capabilities, communication systems, and air defense sites across Iran. U.S. Marine Corps, Air Force, and Navy assets fired precision munitions on Iranian targets that posed a threat to U.S. forces and international commercial ships transiting regional waters. The strikes are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. U.S. forces remain lethal, vigilant, and ready. More strikes. Completes second wave of strikes on Iran tonight. Wow. Oh yeah, sorry. They have a video of a cruise missile being launched. Sorry. They posted a video of a cruise. Hold on, I got to get it on the screen for you. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. It's just a video of a missile being launched. Here, there it is. Oops. There's the video of a missile, a Tomahawk cruise missile being launched tonight. That's the video they posted. Yeah, as U.S. Gulf War vet said, Trump told Trey Yingst, when did he tell him this? A couple hours ago, that the strikes would end shortly tonight. Z-Line says the ball is in Iran's court now. Trisha Liderson thinks posing a threat is different than self-defense. So again, 2 waves of strikes tonight. Tony Skley says next to ground troops? I've not heard any reports that ground troops are imminent. Hey, thanks to Craig GP. Thank you, Greg GP, for the memberships. I appreciate that. Also, Dawn. Feel better, Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. Possible 3rd wave, one of our viewers said. Will we see a 3rd wave? You know what's amazing is these strikes are happening so much. I'm literally looking at all 3 of the news channels, CNN, Fox, and MS Now, and none of them is mentioning it live. I mean, they've been covering it off and on tonight, but it's like, it's become so normalized that the US and Iran are literally striking each other, that the US is striking inside Iran. It's become so normalized now that it's not like the hugest story that has to be covered. It just shows you how much it's been going on. And again, they've been covering it off and on tonight, but that just shows you how much it's been happening. I mean, this war is now like 15 and a half weeks old. So it's so interesting. This has happened so much now. So now the question is will Iran respond? Iran had claimed to respond before. You know, we did hear sirens in Bahrain, right? So what Iran might do is, now I don't know what Iran launched at Bahrain. It seems like they launched something at Bahrain. I don't know exactly what and how much. But Iran might claim that they launched all this stuff at Bahrain and they hit all these targets and say, we struck back. So we'll have to see. There's not a lot of openness about when there's sirens in Bahrain. What exactly was fired? Was there damage? You know, usually you don't hear much from Bahrain. If they fired on an American target, usually you don't hear much from the U.S. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. Komato Crunch. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Thank you. Sen10 and Kendra Fox as well. Thank you. Now, oil continues to drop a bit. I mean, this is a 5-day chart here, but well, I mean, it's dropping in the last couple hours. In the last few hours, it's dropped. That's a 5-day chart, but you really don't see I mean, that's between 90 and 97. That's Brent crude. That's a 5-day chart. And this is from, this is the last 3 hours. Certainly not shooting up. Currently 94.64. This from TradingView. This is the last few hours, last 3 hours or so, last 3/4 from on WTI crude from TradingView. That's the last 5 days. Thanks to our member Zeppelin 904. We'll have to see what the Iranian state media responses to the U.S. saying it carried out these strikes. We might have to do a poll on whether there will be a third wave tonight. There has now been 2 waves. 2 waves now. Let's do a quick poll. Quick poll right now. Quick poll. Will there be a third wave of U.S. strikes tonight? CENTCOM said they were done for the night, one of the viewers said. I didn't see anything about that in their statement. They said they completed their latest strikes. There's nothing I see in their statement about being done for the night. Hang on. Let me get the poll posted everywhere. Okay. Somebody mentioned daylight 3. Sunrise Tehran is 4:48. It's sunrise is right now, just so you know. I don't know if that would affect when there would be strikes. The last couple times, did they do daytime strikes last night? I can't remember. I don't know, but it's sunrise is now 4:48 and it's 4:48. Let's see what people said in our poll. Oh, but first let's see how you thought about answering the poll. Let's see how you thought about answering the poll. Look, you're thinking. Instant replay of you thinking. Now, will there be a third wave? YouTube, 62% say yes. Wow. On Facebook, it is 60% yes. 60% yes on Facebook. And how about on Twitch? 63% on Twitch. All around 60%. Somewhat Damaged says the next wave would be repeating the same stuff, I'm sure. Amp Handler thinks there may be additional strikes if regime tries to move assets after being hit so hard. Iran, I have not seen respond since the U.S. completed this wave. There were some sirens in Bahrain like an hour ago. I don't know what that was about. We have not seen Iran tonight launch missiles in a way that we were aware of, in the sense of I've not seen any kind of reports of missiles being launched from Iran. Like for whatever it's worth, in Bahrain, I haven't seen any videos. I mean, once in a while you see some videos posted of like, projectiles in the sky. So I haven't seen any of that posted. Thanks for voting in our poll. About 63 and 64% of people on YouTube and Twitch think there will be another wave. 68% on YouTube. Now, let's see what we have. Let's see what we have here. So this is interesting. Trump did not claim this. Iran state media says CENTCOM claims tonight's attacks against Iran have ended. Hours ago, they say Trump claimed that the attacks had ended. But the U.S. military's terrorist actions, continued a few hours after his claim. He told Trey Yingst they would end shortly. I haven't seen any report saying he said it ended. They said Iranian armed forces also carried out numerous attacks on American interests and bases, and the Strait of Hormuz was completely blocked. So we'll see if we get another statement from the Iranian military about what they did in response. Z-Line says this war is strange with all the constant posting by both sides. Hey, thanks to our Canadian Sparky the Human, who says waiting for the U.S. to lose this thing and stop bullying everyone else. That's what Sparky says. Thank you, Sparky, so much for your support. Stickler thinks it'll be tomorrow night again, our viewer. Give me a moment here. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned this. Thanks to our viewer. Somebody said this a couple minutes ago. Oops, I forget who it was. But they mentioned there's a plane here that seems to not be landing in Kuwait City. See, it says Kuwait City, and this plane was going to Kuwait City. It's a #1 tracked plane. See that? And now instead of going there, it reports that it's circled. And then the #2 tracked plane might be the same thing. Yeah, that's a plane that was heading to Kuwait City too, and it stopped and circled. Here's another one that hasn't stopped yet. Not sure about that one. We haven't heard of sirens in Kuwait City. That's Flight Radar 24, by the way. Yeah, the IRGC said hours ago that it had launched attacks on bases in Bahrain and Kuwait, but that was hours ago. We never heard any sirens there. I don't know why that'd be affecting things now. Oh, a new Trump post. People are saying Trump posted again. New Trump post. Hey guys, people were yelling at me about this post. I don't even think it's about Iran. I would argue that the people who were posting about this with exclamation points in the chat were overemphasizing the importance of this in relation to the channel and to the broadcast, to the topic. This almost looks like it was pre-written. I mean, it's about rebuilding and great military, saving our great country. Now it's time to make it happen. I call on Republicans to immediately advance and pass the $350 billion reconciliation bill. It's a generational investment in our military. We will defend. I'm not going to read this all now. Tells about all the it's a big post about the Save America Act. So, anyways, if you're going to post new Trump post, exclamation point, or whatever in the chat, I would save that kind of urgency for when it's actually relevant to the topic. I don't even know if he typed this or when. I mean, this could just be something. This looks like kind of a pre-written thing. You know what I'm saying? You can tell they're the ones that look more kind of in his voice. Anyways, so we're not covering that right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he posted about Iran now, but we haven't heard anything. We have this plane circling that was going to be landing in Kuwait City. It's not that far from Kuwait City. Maybe it's actually going into land right now. Hey, it looks like it's maybe going into land right now, this plane that was waiting to land in Kuwait City. See? From Flight Radar 24. Michelle Batten says, you never know what he will say. Yeah, it looks like this plane is now heading towards Kuwait City. Right. That's what it looks like to me. Hang on a moment. Thanks, Rachel Raleigh. Rachel Raleigh says, I am done with IRGC chanting death to America. Finish the job, President Trump. Hey, thanks, Susan Priest Buchner, for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned oil going down. I mean, this is not a big range, but this is that's the last few hours. It's about the last 3.5 hours or so. That's Brent crude. It's 94.33. That's a 5-day chart right there. That's the last 5 days. So it was up above 95 earlier, several hours ago. Now it's more like 94. But that's the last 5 days right there. From tradingview.com. I'm trying to figure out, will I have time to make some food? I kind of feel like if Iran's going to respond, it'll be soon. I don't know if they will, but I'm waiting. That's what I'm waiting for right now, to see what Iran does. Again, it looks like that plane is going into Kuwait City to land. Jeff TE88 thinks Iran won't respond. Hey, thanks to Aaron Jones Thank you so much, Aaron Jones. Maybe I'll take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. Maybe I'll take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. Because it's been pretty non-stop here. All right, this plane is landing, by the way. This plane just, is it landing? Let's see. Yeah, altitude 0. This plane that appeared to be holding landed in Kuwait City, according to flight radar. Oh, maybe do I have when I take 5 minutes I could put on the screen for you South Korea. I don't have that. I could put the Beirut cam up or Jerusalem cam. I'll put up the Jerusalem cam for the moment. Just for a moment. For 5 minutes. Oopsie. There it is. It's Jerusalem cam. Now I got to say Iran time, but this is Beirut, Lebanon. Beirut is not on Iran time, by the way. Beirut time is, what is it, half-hour difference? Beirut time is 4:37 a.m. Iran time is 5:07 a.m. But, oh, I know what I'll do. Hold on. It's not Beirut, though. Oh, no, is it? What did I? It's Jerusalem. Jerusalem, Israel. I'm going to shut the volume off for a second. That's Jerusalem, Israel. That's a live shot right there. Just to have it up on the screen for you. And what I'm going to do is what I'm gonna do is I'm not eating it. I have to take 5 minutes and put my food in the air fryer. It's nice. Hold on, let me see here. I'm seeing nothing right now new. I will tell you for whatever it's worth. I don't know if this is related to the attacks. Assignment of canceled Hajj flights determined pilgrims to return on June 12th. This is from Iran State Media Fars. Hajj organization pilgrims whose flights were canceled on the 8th and 9th will return to the country on June 12th. J. Paul mentioned AI. I'm going to ask AI if these the June 8th and June 9th cancellations were due to the war. Gemini says those cancellations were due to the war. Oh, the fighting, the escalation between Iran and Israel. Can't even keep it all straight. Iran and Israel and Iran and the U.S. Iran suspended and ordered a nationwide suspension of all commercial flights on Monday, June 8th. How will Iran retaliate this assignment? I don't know if they will. They can also just say they did. All right, why don't you give me 5 minutes? Give me 5 minutes. Blezer, was it, who said Iran is... Blezer says Iran is done for. They have nothing left. All right, what I need to do is put my food in the air fryer. Because I need to eat something. Oops, I didn't even spell it right. Yeah, this is what happens when I haven't eaten. It's been so busy. Been so busy. All right, Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. I'm going to put my food in the air fryer, and then we'll continue while it's cooking. But if there's something really urgent, we can just forget the food for the moment and report on that. So we'll keep an ear out. Give me about 5 minutes. All right, now I'm not crying. I was just I put in a couple eye drops. But where is, hang on, just hang on a moment here. Just hang on a moment here. Now what's happening? Do we have any updates from Iran? That's the question. Do we have any updates? The U.S. completed their second wave of strikes tonight. Let's see. Oh, hey, I found something from Tasneem State Media. Look, it's a statement from Tasneem State Media. An outstanding level of management of defensive and offensive operations by our country's armed forces against the aggressors was recorded tonight. The favorable air defense operations of the Army and IRGC, the rapid and comprehensive offensive operations of the IRGC's airspace missile, the superiority of the IRGC and Army's naval forces in the Strait of Hormuz and the Sea of Oman in effective fire exchanges, along with the rapid implementation of the order to block the Strait of Hormuz, demonstrated the enhancement of synergy and coordination at the level of the armed forces against the enemy. One could read that as saying that they're done for the night. I don't know. I cannot verify these claims. PJH says, do they have any proof? I cannot verify these claims. Not sure if this means they are not planning any further response tonight. I need 15 seconds. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, give me a moment. I need about 15 seconds. Yeah, as I said, I mean, they're making these claims that they've gone on the offensive tonight. When I mean, we don't really know what happened. There were some sirens in Bahrain. I don't know what happened with that. So they could have fired drones and missiles that we don't know about. But I mean, something else they might be just doing is saying we struck back. Oops, is saying we struck back instead of launching some big operation. So I don't know what's going to happen. Hang on a moment here. Oh, I'm seeing a report of Iran launching missiles. I am now seeing a report of unconfirmed report of Iranian missiles being launched. Yes. There's a report of missiles being launched from Iran. Several unconfirmed reports now. Vahid Online has it. So these are Vahid Online mentioned it. Naya, an account I followed it, mentioned it. Report of something heard in Kuwait. N12 News says explosions heard in Kuwait. N12 News Israel says explosions heard in Kuwait. That's from N12 News Israel. Explosions heard in Kuwait area at this time. So we're hearing reports of possible. Sorry, what am I even looking at here? Give me a moment. That's marine traffic. That's flight radar. Have there been missiles launched by Iran? And give me a moment here. So there are reports, unconfirmed reports of Iranian. I'm seeing some photos and videos that claim to show Iranian missiles going through the skies. And again, Vahid Online is pretty reliable with his reporting, where he reports what people are saying in Iran. And he said that about 10 minutes ago, people were reporting launches in Iran. So we're waiting to see if there's more information on this. Not aware of sirens in Kuwait. Again, N12 News, Ghanem Ibrahim of N12 News Israel said, report explosions heard in Kuwait area at this time. I cannot confirm that there have been explosions in Kuwait. I don't know what, but they normally don't post a lot of, garbage reports there at N12 News. Unconfirmed report of missiles in the sky over Jordan from Ali BK, who I follow. Ali BK posted some reports claiming that missiles were in the sky over Jordan. I don't know that that's true. Now, sometimes Iranian media post this kind of stuff, which I don't really put much. I don't really pay much attention to this. When Iran claims media sources report explosions at U.S. bases, I don't know which. They don't say which media sources they're talking about when they post that. So I don't find that particularly reliable. Again, there are some reports online claiming that Iran has fired missiles. We just don't know right now. Fars News, Iranian state media, says local sources published images of air defense activity in Jordan. I mean, this suggests, but they say, look at this. This is from state media. Depends on how you read this. Local sources published images of the activity of air defense systems in Jordan simultaneously with the targeting of American terrorist base by Iranian missiles. I mean, one way of reading that is that they're saying that Iran is launched some stuff at a U.S. base in Jordan, which could have happened. Iran said last night, I believe, that it launched projectiles at a U.S. base in Jordan. And the Jordanian army said they shot down, I think, 5 missiles. Vahid Online is posting more. Vahid Online has posted videos and photos from different parts of Iran showing what looks like missile trails in the blue sky, in the morning sky. He just posted another one. Oh, breaking news. Iran Press TV, Iranian state media just said Iran armed forces launch missile strikes against enemy targets. This is from Iran state media Press TV. Iran state media Press TV says Iranian armed forces launch missile strikes against enemy targets. I'll show you. Again, that is from Iranian state TV, Press TV. See, it says Iran armed forces launch missile strikes against enemy targets. Mer News claims that there are missile attacks on a U.S. base in Jordan. That's what Mer News claims, Iran state media Mer. Now, Iran did launch missiles into Jordan last night. Iranian state media, Iranian state TV claims that a base in Jordan is under heavy Iranian missile attacks. Again, I cannot confirm this. Mawaqaf al-Sulti base in Jordan comes under heavy Iranian missile attacks, says Iran state TV. Iranian state media claims Iran fired missiles at U.S. base in Jordan. And again, Vahid Online, who I find reliable, he is posting videos that appear to show missiles that have been launched in Iran going through the sky in Iran. So to repeat, Iranian state media claims that Iran has fired missiles at a U.S. base in Jordan. And Iranian state media claims that air defense is active in Jordan trying to take down these missiles. Hey, thank you, Jeff TE88 PFCR. Thank you, Jeff. And Bond007, thanks for being a member. Again, thanks, Jeff, for your support. Thanks, producer Nico, who thinks if Trump could end the war, he would have 100 days ago. All right. I'm thinking, my food has been ready for a number of minutes. I'd like to try to maybe sneak away and just eat a little bit of food because we've been on the air and I haven't eaten anything. So again, it appears that Iran has been firing missiles over the reports of Iran firing missiles over the last 20 to 30 minutes State media says it fired missiles at Jordan. They may be firing other places as well. So maybe I'll eat a little bit and then come back in and then update you and then eat some more. I'll try to eat a little bit, but I think we're going to have a problem if I don't eat something. Let me put it on the screen that I'm on a meal break, but he'll be back shortly with updates. I'm going to leave this up there right now. Let me just go do this. And again, I'll eat for a few minutes and then I'll stop back in with an update. I'm not seeing a lot new right now. Okay, so let me do that. And if there's something very urgent, I will just rush back in here. But oops. And maybe I'll just leave on the screen for now the, where is it here? Just to have it up there, the Jerusalem feed. All right, so let me just try to eat something. Hold on, what do we have here? Oh, Bahrain siren. Hold on a second, I can't eat yet. New siren in Bahrain. New siren in Bahrain. New siren in Bahrain. Here it is right here. The siren has been activated. We urge citizens and residents to remain calm. Well, that really suggests that Iran has fired new missiles. Kuwait and Kuwait sirens. Breaking news, Kuwait air defense. Well, I'm not eating yet. I'm not eating yet. Kuwait is reporting it too. Air defense active in Kuwait and Bahrain. Possible Iranian missiles. So, again, not Kuwait, Kuwait. So we have Kuwait Kuwait Army air defense system active, currently intercepting hostile targets in accordance with adopted operational procedures. There's a sirens in Bahrain right now, and we were hearing reports of Iran launching missiles and at Jordan, possibly. It seems like Iran has launched missiles at several countries: Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Could have launched drones as well. So this is happening right now. Winner versus loser says Iran doesn't strike Saudi Arabia. I wonder why. Let me check something here. So again, air defense active in Kuwait, sirens in Bahrain. Looks like Iran has fired missiles at several countries. So we are bringing you the latest updates here. I was looking at Flight Radar 24 to see if any of these planes flying into Kuwait would stop flying there. Oh, yes. Well, no, that's all weird. I don't know if it's a little weird. This one is still flying towards Kuwait City. That one is not being live tracked. Yeah, see, look at this plane right here. There's a plane that was going to Kuwait City and it's circling. See that right there? That's a plane that was going from Ahmedabad to Kuwait City and is now circling and not flying there. Again, a number of missiles fired from Iran, apparently, at other countries. Feel like something similar happened last night when Iran fired missiles at a number of countries. Again, Kuwait and Bahrain, alerts, sirens, and Jordan Also, possibly a U.S. base in Jordan possibly has been targeted. And you can see that plane circling now. That plane is, oh, that plane is circling. Look at this plane circling. Yes. So planes are not going into, a number of planes are circling instead of landing at Kuwait City right now. Again, a number of videos have emerged from Iran showing missiles having been launched, apparently. But I don't have more details right now. I'm looking right now. Still don't have an update for you. I feel like last night it took a little while to get updates on things. Yeah, nothing new at the moment. Nothing new at the moment. I'm going to say reports, unconfirmed reports, Iran launches missiles at Jordan, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Oops, that's not right. All right, since I'm not hearing much at the moment, let me eat a little food. By the way, thanks to Angelic Slayer, thank you, and Jeff TE88. These planes are not heading towards the airport. See this plane here? That's not being live tracked. When it's black, see, when it's black dotted line, that's not live tracking, that's projected. And because it was originally scheduled to land at the airport, it'll just project it as going it that way. Now that just got fixed. So again, if you see a black line, that's not live tracking. Thanks to Angelic Slayer and Jeff TE88. I appreciate that. And Making Shavings, thank you so much, Making Shavings. Let me, I'm going to grab a little food, and I'll stop in a few minutes and update you. I got to eat something, and I don't have a lot of updates right now on what's going on. So we can see some planes circling around there and not going into Kuwait City. So again, siren, Kuwait City says air defense active. Kuwait says air defense active. Sirens in Bahrain. Reportedly, unconfirmed reports say Iran launches missiles at Jordan, Bahrain, and Kuwait, but letting you get more information. So let me just grab some food real quick. I'll stop in a few minutes once I hear something more, okay? So let me go do that, and and I appreciate our mods, and again, I'll be back in a few minutes, even if I have to stop in the middle of my meal and just give an update. But there's just not a lot of updates right now. All right, so I'll be back in a few. Hey guys, I haven't even eaten anything, but really quick, I just saw that there was a launch from Lebanon. Um, uh, Launches from Lebanon towards several communities in northern Israel. Launches from Lebanon towards several communities in northern Israel. Hold on. If I have to throw out the food and make more food, I will throw out the food and make more food. But launches, Israel says launches from Lebanon towards several communities in northern Israel. I'll show you here. Here. There you go. Alerts in northern Israel. Alerts in northern Israel. Launches from Lebanon towards northern Israel. Appel says, my gosh, things go on and on. So this is maybe part of Iran's response, but bringing Hezbollah into it. Hold on a moment. I don't know if it was rockets or missiles. There were rocket launches from Hezbollah, it sounds like, in Lebanon towards Israel. All right, for the moment, I'm going to go eat and I'll rush back if something happens. What can I say? Planes are still not landing in Kuwait City, as you'll be able to see in a moment on Flight Radar 24. All right, I'll be back shortly. Hello, I am almost done eating. Just to update you guys, Kuwait has reportedly temporarily closed their airspace while this Iranian attack is going on. That's according to Al Jazeera. So some planes are diverting, as OSINT Technical pointed out. This one, excuse me, seems to be still. Yeah, that plane was going to Kuwait City, and now it's not going to Kuwait City anymore. It doesn't look like right there. And then, sorry, I know you can probably hear two of me. This one is still circling there. So, anyways, let me finish up eating. But I also posted on my X account. There's a couple unconfirmed photos claiming to be photos of a smoke column in the capital, smoke rising in the capital of Bahrain. So let me finish eating, and then I'll come back. All right, we're back. We got a bunch going on right now. A bunch is going on. Thanks for your patience. I have eaten. Kuwait has closed their airspace during these Iranian attacks. Kuwait has closed their airspace. Let's see here. Temporarily. And look at a new alert in Jordan, thanks to OSINT Technical for mentioning this. Security alert in U.S. Embassy, Jordan. Reports indicate missiles, drones, or rockets are in Jordanian airspace. Seek overhead cover and shelter seek overhead cover and shelter in place immediately. Remain indoors and pay attention to local announcements and alerts. So, Iran attacking Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Again, that's from the U.S. Embassy in Jordan. That's the website right now. Reports indicate missiles, drones, or rockets are in Jordanian airspace. Seek overhead cover and shelter in place. Seek overhead cover and shelter in place immediately. Remain indoors and pay attention to local announcements and alerts. And I will show you something about Kuwait airspace as well. Thanks to AZ Intel for spotting this before I did. I appreciate that. The Directorate of Civil Aviation in the state of Kuwait announces the temporary closure of Kuwaiti airspace starting, well, Kuwait time now is, that was an hour and 20 minutes ago. An hour and 21 minutes ago. And the diversion of flights to alternate airports in accordance with approved agreements and procedures as a precautionary measure aimed at preserving the safety and security of air navigation and passengers. This measure comes in light of the state of Kuwait being subjected to sinful Iranian aggressions and the potential risks that may result from this on civil aviation traffic in the region. Airspace will be opened and air traffic resumed immediately upon confirmation the situation has ended and the causes of danger have been eliminated. So airspace closed in Kuwait. U.S. Embassy in Jordan is telling all Americans in Jordan to take cover. And I don't really have an update on Bahrain right now, but they said earlier, over an hour ago, they said that there were sirens there. And then, hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Then there's video that claim to show, there's a video floating around, a couple videos that claim to show Iranian drones in Kuwait. There's unconfirmed video of Iranian drones flying around in Kuwait. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Breaking news statement from the Revolutionary Guard. Statement from the Revolutionary Guard, breaking news. News statement from the Revolutionary Guard right now. I'll have it for you in a second. Following the glorious deeds of the warriors of Islam in suppressing the American aggressor army, with trust in God Almighty, your brave sons in the IRGC Aerospace Force, in response to the missile attacks of the child-killing American army on a recreational site, a manufacturing complex, and a barracks area around Karaj and Nazarabad, and a local IRGC base in Pishva County, to punish the aggressor this morning with 12 ballistic missiles, targeted the location of F-35, F-15, and F-16 fighter jets, as well as important installations of the American terrorist army located at the Al-Azraq Air Base and Control Center, destroying those installations and a number of fighter jets. I don't know if that's true, but that is in Jordan. That's in Jordan. So this is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard claims they fired 12 ballistic missiles at the Al-Azraq Air Base in Jordan and destroyed a large number of American fighter jets and other targets. This claim is, these claims are unconfirmed, unverified. Yeah, I literally said it's not verified, but I'm letting you know what they're saying. In the same way, I let you know what the Trump posts say. Okay. So that's what they say. And again, Kuwait has closed their airspace because of Iranian attacks ongoing, and the U.S. Embassy in Jordan says, as I just showed you, Reports indicate missiles, drones, or rockets are in Jordanian airspace. Seek overhead cover and shelter in place immediately. Remain indoors and pay attention to local announcements and alerts. This is for the entire country, Americans in Jordan. Let's try to get you some more updates here. Let's check out Flight Radar 24 here. So a number of planes have been diverted from Kuwait airport. What I can do is, well, just do this. So that plane was going to Kuwait City, and now it's flying away from Kuwait City. Maybe that's been diverted. Hang on. Pull this up over here. Pull this up over here. Here we go. That's better. Flight Radar 24. There's Kuwait City up there. Not seeing a lot of airplane. The airspace is closed. Yes, here's a plane that was headed to Kuwait City, and it circled around, and then where did it go? Now where is it? Now it is here. Now it's there. There it is right now. So looks like it's been diverted because Kuwait City is up here. Again, Kuwait City, Kuwait has closed their airspace while they're dealing with this Iranian attack. So Press TV just posted a video, which I don't have the rights to. There's a video floating around that claims to show Iranian drones in the sky over Kuwait. By the way, Israel said there was that rocket alert in Israel about an hour ago, and Israel said about that rocket alert in northern Israel. They said, following the alerts that were activated a short while ago in several areas in northern Israel, 2 launches were identified that fell near the area where IDF forces are operating in southern Lebanon. Is there an update from Bahrain? Hang on one second here. Here again, there's Kuwait City here, and planes are just, they've been diverted. See, nothing, no air, the airspace is closed temporarily. But that's a plane that got diverted right there. This one, Kuwait Airways, which is now down here, which was supposed to land in Kuwait City. Now, what else can I tell you? Hey, thank you, Kat Miowski. I appreciate it. Thanks for supplying your camera, too, offering your camera. Thank you, Kat Miowski, who's in Tel Aviv. Also, Nina Drew. Thank you, Nina Drew. Angelic Slayer. Thank you so much, Angelic Slayer. Also, shout out to our moderators who are here. We have Ruth moderating right now. Thank you, Ruth. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And over on Facebook, K. Larry Body, Paul Anderson, Darren Charlo, and Megan Sanders on Facebook says, are these additional attacks from earlier? I can't say if more are being launched. I mean, we heard, I want to say an hour or so ago, about sirens in Bahrain and air defense in Kuwait and missiles being fired towards Jordan. I think that was even longer ago. But there might have been, I don't know if there's reports of drones. So I don't know what the timeline is of everything being fired that Iran is firing. I don't know that we get any kind of heads up if drones were being launched at a certain time. Thanks so much to our Twitch mods too. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us and X. Thank you so much. Has anything been hit in Jordan? I don't know. Or Kuwait? Or Bahrain? I just don't know. Oh, hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Update from Bahrain. Now, I don't know. It's a short update. Nabil Al Hamer, media advisor to the King of Bahrain, says Bahrain's air defense systems intercept and destroy Iranian aerial targets in the skies over the King of Bahrain. Were they all destroyed? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I had first read about that report in Iran International English. So I cannot confirm that, but that's what he says. Barry says the debris might have come down. Yeah, I mean, in the first part of the war, it was very regular where Gulf countries would claim there'd been all this damage, but say it seemed like every time they'd say it was from interception debris, which I don't know that that was true. I didn't see a U.S. embassy warning for Kuwait or Bahrain, but there again we talked about this new one from Jordan. U.S. Embassy Jordan reports indicate missiles, drones, or rockets are in Jordanian airspace. I mean that seems pretty serious. Seek overhead cover and shelter in place immediately in the entire country if you're from the U.S. Remain indoors and pay attention to local announcements and alerts. Sounds pretty serious. Travel.gov posted it too. Look, it's travel.gov. Not travel. Travel at travel.gov. At travel.gov, Department of State X account. Reports indicate missiles, drones, or rockets are in Jordanian airspace. Seek overhead cover and shelter in place immediately. Now, what is this? Hold on a second here. I know a number of people have been watching the basketball game, from what I can tell. Trying to get you more updates here, guys. Hey, thanks to Sandorm, who was watching the Hungarian election coverage. Thank you, Sandorm, for your support. Also, Melissa Moser. Melissa says, I am sad people are dying. Thank you, Melissa. This has been going on for a while now. Week 15 of this war. Ireland coverage, the first hour or two of this stream was all about the protests. We had live video of a protest in the north of Belfast. So if you want, you can rewind to the beginning and check that out. Iran launched missiles at Jordan last night. Jordan said they had shot down 5 missiles last night, if I remember correctly. As far as I'm aware, Kuwait airspace is still closed. And I'm not seeing planes in Kuwait City right now. Kat Miowski believes Israel is helping to intercept in Jordan. I don't know if that's true. Maybe they are. I'm not sure. That I do not know. Kuwait time is 6:39 a.m. 6:39 a.m. Same as Israel time, I believe. Yeah, I'm just trying to find new updates here. I don't really have more. It can be very hard to figure out what's going on in these countries. During this war, last couple of months, a lot of these Middle Eastern countries do not like to get into detail about what's going on there when there's an attack going on. And in a bunch of these places, I believe you can get in trouble for posting stuff on the internet about it, like posting videos and stuff. But the U.S. Embassy Jordan still has their security alert up. It appears that Kuwaiti airspace is still closed. Has anything actually hit in any of these places yet? I can't tell you. Nothing from CENTCOM about this. What's my best guess? I don't know. I would not be surprised if there were a bunch of drones flying around. Yeah, not a lot of news in these countries. I don't think people are going to go out and live stream or be allowed to. Hey, thanks to Drance Plants, who says we have to remember Trump and White House are privy to a lot more information than is public about negotiating progress, hopefully getting close. Thanks so much, Drance Pants. I appreciate that. All right, here's what we're going to do is I'm going to take just about a minute here. Going to leave the alert on the screen from Jordan and U.S. Embassy Jordan. I need 2 minutes here. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, Steve will be back in 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back. Thanks for your patience. So again, Iran in the last couple hours has launched attacks on Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Kuwait airspace is still closed. It has been closed for about an hour and a half. The U.S. Embassy in Jordan has told every American in the country to seek overhead cover and shelter in place immediately because reports indicate missiles, drones, or rockets are in Jordanian airspace. Bahrain claimed they shot down some Iranian projectiles. I don't know what exactly is happening in any of these places. Our viewer, the YOLO Life, says turned into turn-based combat. Appreciate everybody tuning in for our broadcast. Sorry I don't have more updates at the moment. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. It is 11:53 Eastern time where I am. We never heard back. CENTCOM had said, when was it? That their second, almost 3 hours ago, CENTCOM said U.S. forces complete the latest strikes in Iran. They didn't say they were done for the night, although I guess it was around sunrise when they said that. NY committee thinks tomorrow and the weekend could be historic in terms of how the war progresses. Brian Shai says, to me, it doesn't seem like Iran is firing a lot of missiles. Who knows? I mean, I don't know if there are a bunch of stuff. There could be a bunch of drones fired tonight. We don't really know. Is there another 2-week deal deadline? I haven't heard about it. But President Trump told Trey Yingst to Fox News tonight, he said if they don't make a deal, then tomorrow, what did he say? We're going to bomb the blank out of them. He said, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. By the way, I was going to play what President Trump said about the helicopter that got shot down a couple days ago. If I can find it here. Here's what President Trump said about the U.S. helicopter that shot down a couple days ago and prompted the U.S. to strike Iran for 2 straight days. Here it is, right? Hang on. Okay. So here's what President Trump, if you haven't heard it, what he had to say about, whoa, I'm hearing something. There's something I have on which needs to be turned off. Oh, I bet I know what it is. That's it. Okay. So he's going to talk about how the helicopter was shot down. And this is earlier today, by the way.
Have to pay the price. What did you mean by that specifically?
Well,
Correct. You posted this morning about Iran. You said that they've taken too long to get to a deal, and I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that now they will have to pay the price. What did you mean by that specifically?
well, we're going to be attacking them very hard.
You're resuming bombing?
Yeah, well, we are. Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that. You know, they shot down a very incredible, actually an incredible machine. And at first they said they didn't do it, then they admitted they did it. It's sort of easy because we have the...
Give me 1 second. Let me just fix something real quick here. He says what supposedly happened with the helicopter. Hold on. It should be better.
We have the helicopter. I guess we have the right to do that. You know, they shot down a very incredible, actually an incredible machine. And at first they said they didn't do it, then they admitted they did it. It's sort of easy because we have the bomb. We actually have the bomb. Got very lucky that bomb didn't explode. That bomb was lodged in the helicopter. It didn't explode. It was on fire, but it didn't explode. It's just,
those two guys, they knew how to fly, but they got very lucky. And then we had the unmanned boat going very, very fast at speeds that you wouldn't want to go. That's why it's unmanned, I guess, because nobody can go in that. But they rescued. So both people are. Fortunately, the pilots are okay. Now, look, I've been working with Iran for a number of months, and they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, it totally prohibits them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And it was just tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing. So they then shot at our helicopter. Very expensive helicopter, by the way, but much more importantly, the two men, fortunately, they're okay. But an amazing rescue. If you ever get a clip, you won't believe the rescue, how cool it was. The equipment we have. Look, we have the strongest military in the world. And I gave them a break at the request of Pakistan. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan are great. We stopped them from going to war with India. You would have had a nuclear war if it wasn't for me. But they became friendly to me, very friendly, and they're close to Iran, and they worked, and they still are working on trying them to do what's right. But we want a deal that's meaningful. We want a deal that works. We don't want to just have a Barack Hussein Obama deal, JCPOA, the worst deal. That was a path to a nuclear. It's the exact opposite. You know, I like on television, they say, oh, they should have kept that deal. First of all, it was over. It was a short-term deal. But that deal was a path to a nuclear weapon. This is a path against a nuclear. You can't have a nuclear weapon. His was a path to a nuclear weapon. They were developing during his administration nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, there'd be no Israel, there'd be no Middle East, and they would have absolutely shot at us. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them hard yesterday, and we're going to hit them again hard today, in case you miss it, in case you don't turn on your television set. And we'll see what happens with the deal. We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because you know what? They dealt with some very stupid presidents. I have to say that. I'm embarrassed to say it. Some very stupid people were sitting here. Yeah.
Mr. President, you mentioned the Senate race in Maine. Are you?
All right, so you heard he said that a bomb got stuck in the helicopter and it was on fire, but it didn't go off. That's what he said. Hey, by the way, if you're watching on Facebook stream is going to end like in 1 minute because Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. So I'm just I don't know how much longer we'll be on, but I'll restart the Facebook stream because it's going to end in 1 minute. If you're not watching on Facebook, it's fine. B. Shep says they're lucky to be alive and was able to land it. Oh, I wanted to show you something else too. I wanted to show you something else that I thought was interesting today. Well, hold on. We didn't talk about Trump saying that the U.S. has been escorting ships. We talked about that a little bit, but I want to show you something else. Trump's claim that the U.S. has been escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Secretly. Hold on. Where is the All right, Facebook. Facebook. Are we still live on Facebook? If they're going to end it in like 30 seconds. Hey, Facebook viewers, let me just restart. I'm just restarting the Facebook stream. Facebook viewers. By the way, thanks Jennifer Ellers and Chris Sear for subscribing, and Brian Davio. Facebook viewers, if you're still with me, I have to restart the Facebook stream. Oh, I think Facebook ended. All right, hold on. Let me just restart the Facebook stream. Guys, I'm restarting the Facebook stream. Give me one moment. I just have to restart it. Facebook automatically ends it after 8 hours. All right. Restarting Facebook stream right now. So remember what President Trump said earlier today. He said, you don't need the earlier today up there. He said, last month I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Today I am pleased to announce that this effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the strait and into the open market. More than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled through the strait. This wildly successful effort is because the United States of America controls the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Their military is defeated and their economy is lost. It's over for Iran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, the New York Times, we talked about this before. One of the viewers had mentioned this, and they were right. One of the viewers reminded me the New York Times had reported on this, something like this happening. The New York Times had reported that something like that was happening at the end of April, I think. I mean, at the end of May. At the end, I think it was towards the end of May, the New York Times, they had an article saying that the U.S. was quietly had quietly shepherded around 70 commercial ships through the strait. But I wanted to show you something. There was an interesting post by Sal Mercogliano, who's a shipping expert. He has a channel on YouTube called, hold on, I don't want to mess up the name. What is it? What's going on with shipping, I think it is. Is that what it is? Wickedest Witch says, what's going on with shipping on YouTube? Yeah. I think it's on Spotify too. Anyways, this is Sal's channel. You can see it right here. If you ever want to check it out, what's going on with shipping? So I enjoy Sal's shipping coverage. A number of our viewers watch. See Sal Mercogliano, what's going on with shipping on YouTube. Anyways, Sal had an interesting post today about, Dev likes that channel. Sal had an interesting post about this situation with the, what he thought is going on. So you can see it's Sal Mercogliano, WGOW Shipping. It's at Mercogliano S, if you want to follow him. Let me just do this for a second. So I thought this was interesting. I wanted to share his post with you. President Trump has posted that 100 million barrels of oil are making its way through the strait. Here, this appears to be what is happening. President Trump and CENTCOM announced Project Freedom to escort ships through the strait. The U.S. evacuated 2 ships out, but then curtailed the operation. Remember that? It's only for several days. It appears that the U.S. resumed the operation using autonomous vehicles, Sal thinks. Autonomous vehicles, aircraft, and drones to escort ships through the southern part of the strait. So I think when he says autonomous vehicles, he means like boats without people in them, like drone boats. Drone boats, aircraft, and air drones to escort ships through the southern part of the strait near the coast of Oman. He says Iran has responded with targeting some of those ships. These include HMM Namu and CMA CGM San Antonio. The U.S. has responded with airstrikes against Iran. This is what Sal thinks is happening. What has transpired is tankers, including very large crude carriers, are exiting the Persian Gulf. Then, per tanker trackers, those very large crude carriers are conducting ship-to-ship transfers to other tankers in the Gulf of Oman. The empty tankers, which ran the strait, I think he means to say with their AIS off, run back through the strait to pick up a new load of oil from the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, or Iraq. He thinks the Apache helicopter that recently crashed was probably a part of this operation. He thinks this explains why we have not seen an appreciable drop in the number of ships stuck in the Persian Gulf by running the same ships back and forth to carry the oil back and forth. War risk insurance potentially provided by the U.S. government through the Development Finance Corporation through a pool of approximately $40 billion could be covering these ships that are making the transits. This would also explain the recent announcement by Kuwait to fix the new contracts for its oil. The question is, how long is this sustainable and at what level is oil moving daily? With current pipelines through Saudi Arabia and the UAE, the system would need to move approximately 12 to 14 million barrels a day through the strait. Anyways, I thought that was a really interesting post by Sal. He said, this appears to what to be happening. This appears to be what is happening. Again, you can follow him at Mercogliano S, and his YouTube channel is What's Going On with Shipping. Sean says, not a secret now, is it? Austin Batman says, Sal knows his stuff for sure. Yeah, as I was mentioning before, it wasn't clear to me that this was supposed to be revealed today. I showed you the part of the press conference in which Trump talked about it, and he said Iran doesn't know about this, and then he just said it at the press conference. So I don't know if this was supposed to be kept officially a secret. I mean, the New York Times had posted something like this was going on.
Because as soon as...
But I'll show you real quick. I won't play the whole thing again, but just real quick when Trump talked about it. I thought it was interesting. Here. This is when, this is earlier, this is when Trump talked about it.
Are you going to go to any games?
I will. I will.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a headwind?
No, I love it. The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history, highest 401ks in history. Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers, which took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, you know, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of experts, like 25%. And it was worth it. To me, it was worth it not to have a nuclear weapon. And the other thing is that oil would go to $250 a barrel. It's at 85, and which is pretty amazing. And here's the key. We just hit today another stock market high. 74 in my short time here, 74 days we hit stock market all-time historical highs. Nobody can believe it. The Dow, the S&P. S&P was at 7,000. They said in 4 years, maybe 5 years. It will never hit it during the term. It was too much. I hit it in my first year. I hit on the Dow, it was 50,000 was an impossible number. They said 5, 6 years out you'd hit. Well, I hit it in my first year. And now I get everyone in the room and say, congratulations, but now I'm going to take it down a little bit because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And they all agreed with me, Todd, you remember. Everybody agreed. And we took a little journey down to Iran. We first stopped off at Venezuela, by the way, and we have paid for that war many, many times over. And we have great relationships with the people of Venezuela. We get along with them great. It was a great success. It was a one-day war. It was really, to be exact, 48 minutes of fury, and it was over. And Venezuela is doing great. Relationships with the people are great. It's become a happy country, believe it or not. I mean, it's become a happy country, and we're taking out millions of barrels of oil from Venezuela, and then we went to Iran, and essentially we've done the same thing. It doesn't look as pretty, but there's no Navy, 159 ships at the bottom of the sea. There's no Air Force. All of their planes are blown up. Most of their drones are gone. Most of their drone-making ability is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. All of their leadership is gone, so they replaced it. All of that leadership is gone, so they replaced it. And that's the people we're dealing with now. And I think they're going to want to make a deal, but we're going to find out.
Do you expect inflation to come down between now and November?
All right, so I just wanted to play that about the when he talked about the ships being the secret operation that has now been revealed to take the ships out through the Gulf, he said. I'm going to read a few more comments here. I just looked for updates. I really don't have much update on what's going on. I mean, it looks like maybe for the night, the hostilities have stopped for the night. It is 7:48 a.m. Iran time. Austin says the missiles that bombed the U.S. base in Jordan tonight were not gone. It looks like Iran did fire some. Looks like they fired missiles at Jordan tonight. I don't know what actually happened with those missiles. I don't have a good answer for you. Iran says they hit a bunch of targets, but I don't know if that's true. Let's see, what was I going to say here? Are the attacks stopped now, Yogi? Yog Shpak Karkars? It's Yogi Shpak. The name threw by. The Yogesh Pakarkar. I don't know. As far as if you go to the U.S. Embassy website for Jordan, it still is telling everybody, all the Americans in Jordan, that reports indicate missiles, drones, or rockets are in Jordanian airspace. Seek overhead cover and shelter in place immediately. I mean, that alert's been up there for a while, but it's still up there. So what can I say? Are there still those things in the air? I don't know. Kuwait, as far as I'm aware, their airspace is still closed because of the Iranian attacks. I'm not seeing planes fly into Kuwait City at this point. But what's the exact situation there? I don't know. Bahrain said that they shot down some stuff. Nabil Al-Hamer, advisor to the King of Bahrain, said Bahrain's air defense systems intercept and destroy Iranian serial attack. Sorry, I can't read it. It's too late. Bahrain's air defense systems intercept and destroy Iranian aerial attacks in the skies over the Kingdom of Bahrain. Is that it? Nothing else that Bahrain is dealing with? Don't know. Just don't know. I mean, I would think missiles would have gotten somewhere by now, but are there drones? Might they launch more missiles? Don't know. Panic D says we shot down some stuff, Bahrain 2026. It can be tough to get information about what's going on, but anyways, I didn't even have to leave this. I'm going to leave it up there for now, but I probably would have switched this back to, how about U.S. attacks Iran, launches strikes on Iran for second straight night. Yeah, I think we might be getting close to that time. If nothing else, I got to take a break. It's been pretty busy, been pretty nonstop, at least most of it. Yeah, are there going to be attacks? We can do one more poll. Will there be attacks tonight? How can I say it? Today's Thursday. Will there be a third straight night of attacks? Of U.S. strikes. Will there be a third straight night of U.S. strikes, yes or no? That's going to be our poll question. We can ask that one. We can ask that one. Where did this go? Sunju Perk said the Asian market is getting rebounded. We can check it in a second. I think my brain has stopped functioning properly. All right, poll results. Poll results after you thought about the poll. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I get it? Okay. Hang on. Now, all right, poll results. By the way, thanks so much. The beater drummer. Thank you. Singha 640, thank you, who says, welcome to another 20-year war. It isn't stopping. Thank you to Beater Drummer for the memberships as well. That's really nice of you. Also, Vesper Bloom and Chris, thanks for being members. Johan Wilback, thanks for being a member. Tracy Ann, thanks for being a member. Mary Cat, thanks for being a member. Now, what did people say for the poll? Over on YouTube, 83% said there will be a third night of strikes. 83%. 83%. On Facebook, it's 96%. How about on Twitch? %86 on Twitch. Wow. So, very sizable majority says we're in for a third night of strikes. Well, I'm sure I'll be covering it if it happens. Real GK Barton says, seeing markets resilient to geopolitical conflict is a good thing, right? You know, there's this whole thing with I do wonder if it keeps going on, and the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve keeps going down. Will there get to be a point at which it's like, whoa, there's not much left in the reserve? But maybe we can talk about that. I don't really want to get into all that right now. It's late. It's 12:26. We've been on a lot. Maybe next time we can talk about, if we have a little time to rest, we can talk about that thing. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. Ricky Shaw, we covered Ireland at the start of the broadcast. We were covering a protest going on there for, I think, a couple hours. And then after we switched over to this, and then I read online that the protest we were covering north of Belfast, which was the one big blow up spot kind of tonight, the protesters had dispersed. So I didn't hear about anything else. I don't know, but we were covering like the one, it was like the chief protest going on. The chief hotspot. But if you want, you can rewind the broadcast and watch it. We were showing video of the protest. Thanks for voting in the poll, by the way. Reality Bites thinks tomorrow will be a historic day in the Middle East. Well, let me do one last check here and see if I have anything for you. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's just kind of stopped getting updates. All right, so we will keep covering this, guys. We're going to keep covering it. But I think it's time. I think it is time. I think it's time to take a break. I think we have reached that time. I really appreciate you guys being here for our coverage. Oh, I did want to mention the markets real quick. Real quick, markets. The markets Where is it? My brain really isn't in prime activity. Oh, here it is. Isn't in prime form right now. So I mentioned oil price. Yeah, oil, this is Brent crude. This is from tradingview.com. If you go back to the start of the day, at the start of the day, it was about 24 hours ago, it was 91.88, and now it's 94.51. Right, 24 hours ago, 91.88. Now it is 94.51. So it's gone up a bit in the last day. Probably similar with WTI crude. Yeah, a day ago it was 88.72. Now it's 91.62. But if you look at the 6 months, it was higher. WTI got up to about 110? It was about 60 something, low 60s before the war, and now it's 91.58. Not a cat lady says oil should be at 250. Well, we'll see how it goes if this keeps going on. The UnQ80 thinks the Iran stuff is priced in. Gonna have to time somebody out, I think, in a second. But I appreciate everybody being here. And we'll have more coverage. We will have more coverage. Oh, by the way, just to show you, Reuters just came out with a little summary article about what happened. See, they say U.S. and Iran trade attacks for a second day, undermining shaky ceasefire. U.S. and Iran traded air attacks on Thursday for a second straight day. President Trump vowed further strikes if Iran does not immediately agree to a peace deal. This started when Iran shot down a U.S. helicopter on Monday. It's the most serious threat to a fragile ceasefire agreed to in April. Trump told Fox News reporter Trey Yingst Wednesday night the U.S. strikes would stop shortly, but he would resume heavy bombing if Iran's leaders did not sign an agreement with the U.S. immediately. Iran launched its own attacks on Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan, from what they said and from what it looks like. Iran claimed it targeted the Al Arzaq air base in Jordan for a second night running, saying it fired 12 ballistic missiles. It said it hit a bunch of targets. We don't know if that's the case. Kuwait's airspace is closed. Bahrain air defenses were active. Jordan, the U.S. Embassy for Jordan is telling Americans everywhere in the country to shelter in place. And Iran's Joint Top Military Command warned it would fire on any vessel trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which has been largely closed for months. Iran said it's completely closed now. Iran also said that 2 ships had been hit trying to cross the strait, but we never heard about that. They said that earlier tonight. All right. Anyways. Hey, again, I really appreciate you guys watching the stream, and thanks for watching our coverage of the protest too. The whole start of the stream was the protest in north of Belfast. Hey, look, Erica Kirk posted on social media and said, Erica Kirk said, first time watching basketball in way too long. What a clutch ending for the Knicks tonight. There you go. Okay, now, again, I really appreciate people tuning in. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. If you'd like, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news coverage without an agenda. I would suggest turn our notifications on because I never know. There could be big news in an hour. You never know when something new is going to happen, and I'm going to rush on the air. If you don't want to miss a stream, if you want to get a notification before every stream, sign up to our free Discord notifications. They work great. The mods will post the link in the chat to sign up for those, or you can find the link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But sign up for the free Discord notifications. Also, I will post, by the way, our viewer NFP says there's nothing showing on firms for Al-Arzaq Air Base in Jordan as Iran claims to have struck. Now, I don't know for a fact that it would definitely show up on firms. You're saying the satellite fire indicator. That's an interesting claim, but I don't know that it would definitely show up there. I don't know. Thanks, NFP, for posting. What was I going to say? I already forgot what I was going to say. I was going to talk about, I will post on my X account when we're not on the air and post updates. So you can follow me over, ooh, what happened there? You can follow me on X at Lookner. I post breaking news there at Lookner. If you're on X. Thanks to everybody who followed. Look at that. That's very nice. Hey, thanks, base to JFK, for watching over on X. But I appreciate people who have been sending me updates during the evening, letting me read your comments. Sorry we didn't get to read as many comments as I'd normally like to. It's just was really busy for a long time. Really busy. So we'll try to read more next time and get to some more questions. But I appreciate people watching and tuning in and sending me updates and letting me read your comments and participating in the chat. And let's give a huge thanks to our moderators. Again, a lot of people in the chats tonight, and we could not have our chats without our moderators. They are the ones that allow us to have these chat rooms where people with different views can come together and talk and hang out and exchange your views, but keep it civil and respectful. Ruth is still there. Ruth, thank you so much for all your modding tonight on YouTube. That's really nice of you, and all of our other YouTube moderators too. Big thank you. Oops, on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body, Andrea Holder, and our other mods who've been over there on Facebook, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, and all of our Twitch mods who've been there, including people like Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Good Luck Duck, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Uh-oh, I got behind thanking people on Twitch. That's the one thing I did. I never thanked Maddie Keats, Timido1, Kendra Fox again, and R. Green. Thanks, R. Green, on Twitch. Thanks so much to everybody who supported the channel tonight. That is really nice of you. That is how this channel can exist, is your support. So huge thank you for your support for the channel. Thank you, Chelsea Bug, who says, lots of action today. We'll see how tomorrow is. I have no idea how it's going to be. We'll see. Thanks, Mike H, for watching. But maybe we'll be on again later tonight covering more strikes. But thanks so much, everybody, for supporting the channel. Oh, I think let me make sure I got everybody. It's really nice of you. Hang on. There could be other news that happens that has nothing to do with the Middle East, you know. That could happen too. Oh, I missed it. Somebody gave a bunch of memberships. I remembered that and I didn't say Zeker. Is Zeker Teacott there still? Oh no. I remember I was doing something and I saw somebody gave memberships and I said, oh, I have to thank the person. Then I just got distracted and never thanked them. I don't know if Zeker is still there. Oh no. Is Zeker Teacott still? Zeker Teacott gave 50 people memberships. I don't think it was that long ago. I hope they're still around. Yeah, thanks to Singha640. Thank you, Singha640. I appreciate it for being a member. Yeah, I think I got to almost everybody, but Ruth says we will tell him. I think that's the one thing I didn't get to. Gary says he left. I hope he comes back. Oh, there's Zeker right there. Zeker's in the chat. Okay, good. Sorry about the delay, Zeker. Make sure you thank Zeker if you got a membership. Zeker got 50 people memberships in YouTube. Make sure you thank Zeker or somebody else if they gave you a gift subscription or a gift membership. But Zeker, that's really nice of you. Sorry for the delay in thanking you. Okay. Now, another thing I wanted to mention is if you are on X, follow Agenda Free TV on X as another good way to find out when we're live, because I always post when we're going live there early, and I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. At Agenda Free TV. We might find, I mean, who knows? We could find out in days that an Iranian drone or missile hit in Jordan or Bahrain or Kuwait. We just don't know right now. I don't have any updates for you right now. Let's see. Oh, by the way, if you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications as a way to find out when we're live. For you YouTube viewers, to turn on the notifications, you need to subscribe to the channel. Then you click the notifications bell and you choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, click the bell and choose all notifications. And I want to shout out our Facebook subscribers. Where did Facebook go? I got to open it up again. It's been a busy couple of days, a lot of news going on. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers who support the channel. Brian Daviow, Diane Allworth, Susan Priest-Buchner, Kristen McConnell Gates. K. Lowry Body, all of our other subscribers over there. A big thank you on Facebook. Also, our Twitch subscribers, huge thanks. People like Wall Street Shaggy, CC, Little Nerd Dork, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Wisco Joe, Beatnik Bandit. Gina Pina, Hugh J, Midtown Mike, Yuhi Tild, I think. Yuletide, Yuletide, I think. And who else there? Gina Pina, Edumakashun, Good Luck Duck, Alper, My Mind Spray, Atomic Farting. And all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you so much, CC and others. And our YouTube members, huge thanks to you. Crypto King, Beyond Ether, The Sofa King, Curtis Ray BBQ, Betty Westbrook, Mosh Miri, Jan Haneke, Yo-Yo, Cac, Blackfoot Fred, Pasta Sasta, Sabra, Roy 1822, Cac 813, Ken Lance, Wickedest Witch, thank you. David Joe Klotz, Dr. McRib, and all of our other Twitch, all of our other YouTube members, thank you so much. Platinum Dose. Thanks, Sambino, for watching. Bapito, thanks for watching. RXX, AXX, thanks for watching. Michael John. Left Shoe says, wonder if Belfast will get worse over the weekend. I hope not. It was more chill. It was not as bad tonight as it was last night. Cravon, thanks for watching. Factory Rejects MX. Factory Rejects MX is currently on a 205 stream watch streak. Wow. That's pretty great. Thank you, Factory Rejects. I appreciate that. Trigon J. Mark, thanks for watching. Speedy Gonzalez. Fluen, thank you. Sedated Psycho, thank you. S. Dot, thank you. All right, we're going to wrap this up. Joanne Gradwell, thanks for subscribing, Joanne Gradwell, on Facebook. Melba Winkle, thanks for watching. Marnie Pixley. Stephen Holland. Brian Shy, Judy Fishaw. All right, it's just about time. Who knows what will happen next? Who knows what will happen next? By the way, I just want to mention, there is, I'm going to show it for 3 seconds. I'm going to show it for 3 seconds. We do have a little view of Times Square. Doesn't seem too crazy right now. Times Square after the Knicks one tonight. But this is the camera's not so crazy right now. But I'll just show it for 2 seconds. Where is it? Where is it here? There it is. Oops, why is it so far up? There. How am I hearing? Oh, I know. I got it. There. There's your view of Times Square. Okay, anyways. Via Reuters. No, Reuters is showing the camera tonight because I guess there were a bunch of people out there before, but not right this second. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up. And we'll see. We'll see. We could very well be covering this tomorrow or later today. I would not be at all surprised if we are on the air later today covering this story with more strikes. One thing I'll mention real quick, even though it's the end of the stream, I do think there's a sense in which I feel like the US and Iran are both limiting what they're doing. I mean, clearly the US could do bigger strikes and go after bigger targets. At the same time, Iran isn't really escalating. There's things they could be doing that they're not doing, like going after energy infrastructure in different countries. So it seems like both countries are kind of holding back. But then the question is, what happens going forward? You know? Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't have, advanced intelligence of what the U.S. is hitting. At the same time, I mean, how many strikes did the U.S. and Israel carry out in Iran before the start of the war? Like 20,000 or something? So anyways, we'll have to see what happens. In the next episode, says Newser. Pre-breakfast banana says nobody's going all in. It's a display. We'll have to see what happens. We'll talk about it more next time. All right, we're going to wrap this up. All right, so I really appreciate you being here. Thanks again to our mods. Thanks to everybody for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.